G'day champions. Sorry, I'm just stuffing around under the bench. Just plugging in the interface. One moment, I'll just change the video. I think that's back. Just freeing up a USB port. Ding, ding, ding. Alright, I think we've got an interface plugged in. Yeah, looks like it. Got no viewers. Wait a minute till the word gets out. It's bloody just clicked over 7 AM. I've got about 50 quotes to do, like literally 50. So I'm going to get through as many as I can. But first, I'll just show you this. This was from one of my live streams during the holiday period. It's just a deluxe that I built with a few mods. Let's have a listen. That's weird. The go like stream, the go like button just appeared red again. That's never happened before. Anyway, alright, let's have a listen, champions. Stand by on. Yeah, so I put a bit of alley under it. It was picking up a bit of noise from the mat because it's conductive. It's an anti-static mat, but it's got a super high resistance, so there probably is a bit of potential across it. But that's with everything full up now, all the way. And that's it turned off. That's it turned on. So on the back panel, I just finished the tweed cabinet and gave it a coat of shellac, which I haven't done before. I previously just used the stuff as it is, so it sort of looks like a, I don't know, hot rod deluxe type finish. But at this time I thought I'll mix up some shellac, so I got the flake shellac and mixed it with the metho and sprayed that, and straight away everything just looks warmer. It looks, even the timber on the inside of the cabinet looks beautiful. So yeah, I wish I did that to all the other ones I built. Maybe I'll go back to the ones I've still got and do it to them. But I think this will be an amp that I just take home and keep at home, because I've got a habit of selling everything that I build. It'd be nice to just have a bloody a lifer amp, just a desert island amp that's tuned to my inept playing. Good, and nobody else joining in yet. It's actually snowing a little here, only the second snow stream of the winter season. Yeah, I've got some Canadian mates that just sent me some photos of snow. I've never seen snow, I've never touched it, never witnessed it. I've seen ice, thick ice from where there was snow, but I've never seen it actually snow, because I'm in Australia and it doesn't happen. It happens, but in very specific areas. There's like in Victoria, high country, and the snowy mountains, obviously. So when there's a mountain that it snows on here, we call it Snowy Mountain, because it doesn't snow on many mountains. Just, you know, the man from Snowy River, you've probably heard that poem. Gooden, I'm looking at you. You seem like a literary chap. The man from Snowy River, Banjo Patterson. But yeah, it doesn't snow in my parts. Gravy Tube, props on the cool name. Loud and clear in the UK, good to hear. So this is the deluxe 583 with a few differences that I built during my break. And let's have a wee listen, eh? Gotta get a guitar pick first. Oh yeah, there's one in my pocket. That's where they reside at any given time. I'll just turn the camera mic down. There's probably a bit of a delay there. Is that clipping a bit there? It shows good on the screen, but on here I'm seeing clipping. Let me just play, hang on. So there you go. You can hear it, the rectifier sagging there somewhat. That only happens in like the last, well, this one goes to 12, so from 11 to 12, like 10 to 12 it starts to occur, depending on the strength of the guitar output. But I'm pretty happy with that, and it's no bullshit, and it's going to last multiple generations, and that's what I wanted to build, mate. Something that will last forever, that I'll never have to worry about. It's got a pair of mullards in there that I just had floating around, tube amp doctors in the preamp, a JJ's 5Y3, because the Sovtech, I think from memory, the Sovtech 5Y3s put out too much voltage. I can't remember, but anyway. So there you have it. I'll chuck that in its cabinet once I get a speaker. The speaker I'm going to use is a WGS G12Q. I've been waiting for them to come back into stock since the start of COVID. There's been none anywhere. They're a 20 watt 12-inch speaker. Whereas this is a scratch build, it's not a kit. Just get rid of the LE plate there. They're handy to have floating around, just a bit of flashing LE shit, half mil. You might be chasing a hum, a weird noise, a hiss, something like that. You're pulling your hair out, and then you just last resort grab one of these, and it goes away. It's like Wi-Fi interfacting with it. Alright, my own wordage again. So there's the guts. I think I showed you when I started building it, but nothing special, eh? It's just a 5E3. That's confusing. It's a 5E3 with a 5Y3. Jesus. So yeah, I've got all metal film resistors in there at the moment. Sacrilege, I know. I don't give a fuck what the vintage dickheads say. I want a quiet amp. So I'm probably going to change the ones in the phase inverter for some nice carbon comps when they turn up. And I've done a few value changes, but I'm going to pull back, I think, the PI coupling caps a bit. And that will tighten it up in the bottom end, because it's starting to get a little bit flubby there on the neck pickup. It's pretty cool. It's got bloom, whatever the fuck you want to call it this week. It's got bloom. But oh Jesus, headache. But yeah, it's just turret construction and very simple. I've got some flyback diodes installed and some backup diodes in the rectifier, and I might make a little solid state rectifier plug that goes in there, so you don't get that sag, and it's just balls to the wall all the way till it's maxed out, maximum distortion. Oh, it's just fucking stinging headache, just one of those real short ones. Ugh. Anyway, let's get rid of that. That was my fun project, to try and remember that I like this pastime. I'll show you another little project I did. Well, we're wasting time and everything. Yeah, fiberglass turret board, yeah. It's a Vox Domino base that I've finished restoring on the break as well. This thing was a bit of a basket case. Now it's got no pilot light, so that's fun. Someone drilled a pilot light in and it sucks because it didn't originally have one, and they gouged the fuck out of it. It's like they cut it with a chisel. If it wasn't for that, it would have been pretty well original. This has been disconnected. That was the original fuse. You can see all the arc damage around there from people putting it in and going, you know. So that's dangerous as shit, so I removed that. But essentially this is Vox's answer to a champ. It's got full range output, like fully bypass stages and pretty big coupling caps because it is a bass amp. I didn't change that, but I did put a bright cap in it to make it a bit more suitable for guitar with minimal modification. But yeah, what you could do again, just playing with the coupling cap values and the bypass cap values and voice it more to guitar. Still got the original valves in this one. A little bit more hum because these jacks aren't shorting. It's noisier when I touch them because those nuts aren't connected to the chassis because they're the isolated type. I was going to change them, but they were the original UK ones, and I thought, well, you know, what are you gonna do with an amp when you're not plugged into it anyway? You're going to turn it off, aren't you? VSOP. I think that was Stepping Out by the Yardbirds, wasn't it? I'm playing shit. I've got to sit down more. I just don't have time. Literally working 17 hours a day. It's fucked. So it goes quiet when you plug in. Alright, I'll give the audio from the mic so you won't hear me. You're saying it's muffled? Really? Mic looks pretty good. Listen to it now then. Sound better? Yeah, well there you go. So that's another cool little secret weapon, and it does sound good with bass into an actual bass cabinet. You get that instant 60s bass sound with a little recording amp. It's fantastic. So I don't know what to do with them. I don't really want to sell them, but I can't collect amps when I've got bills to pay, so I'd like to see it go to a home, someone I know, rather than just broadcasting it out there on eBay or something. At the end of the day, it's a very simple circuit. Do I gig? No, I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for doing a job that I've got to pay to do. One of the things I really want to get into is this. So I'm not going to have a chance to do this until I get, I don't know, super COVID or something, but it's all valve tape recorder. AWA, really cool Bakelite knobs. I think it was from somewhere in the 50s. Everything seems to be operational on it, but obviously caps and everything. A lot of rubber bushings might need to either get literally remade from scratch, like we might be able to machine some nylethane or something, or don't know, I doubt there won't be any parts lying around, but things like the rubber wheels and that, they're still a little bit supple, like they might be alright. I've got some rubber restorer there which sort of hydrates whatever the rubber, puts back whatever solvents have escaped it years ago, and it's not going to be hi-fi by any means, but it's going to be a pretty cool thing to just have in the shop. You know, we might have a session like once a month or something where people come around and I'll just do a live mix to this and then maybe play it back on YouTube at a later date. Being original material, I won't get flagged. But yeah, that's something that's going to have to be when I've got spare time. I can't take time out of a day to do this yet. But in the meantime, it just looks cool on the shelf. Man, it's so old, even the stamps are legible. All valve, reel to reel. I feel like it's show and tell today. This one that just came in the other day for a just service. I said, really? Just a service? Playmaster. So Playmaster was like our Heath kit. They were kits. I don't think you could actually buy a Playmaster ready-made unit. You had to build it. It's washing out a bit there, sorry. Playmaster. So it's a stereo valve amp. And I told him I can't look at it for a good couple of months, and he said, oh, it's just lying around, just hang on to it and look at it when you can. And I said, yep, no worries. Don't try to start ringing me in a few weeks though and ask for status updates, because I'll just give it back to you. That's what everyone does. They're like, oh, no rush. 3 days later, oh, you had a look at it yet? It's like, fuck off. Jesus. I don't even know how to open it. Does this whole thing slide backwards? Yeah, I think it does. Wow. She uses preamps for guitar amps. No, this guy uses it as his hi-fi. You wouldn't gut one of these and turn it into a fucking guitar amp. There's enough hacked up guitar amps out there how it is. You don't need to make another one. And plus you got the 2 output transformers, so that would be a bit of a waste, turning it into a guitar amp. You could turn it into a guitar power amp, which is kind of what it already is, and you could use it as part of a stereo rig. That'd be cool. Used to be in a... G'day Jack. Keep bringing back memories. Forgot to tell you my grandfather used to be a radio and TV tech. Wow. And then amps and PA work as well. It was imported from England in '56 when TV arrived in Oz. Nice. Yeah, well, he would have known about Playmasters then, because they were all over them. They were all over the place. Everyone was building them. They were part of, I forget which magazine it was. It was either Electronics Today International or Electronics Australia was the big flagship Playmaster promoter, because they'd publish the kits and how to build them. and the schematics and all of that. And you'd buy the parts from places like, well, even J-Car sold them. Oh, this is curious. The plug doesn't fit through the hole in the chassis. Alright, I'll have to undo the thing that I just did. What's new? Oh, you mean the reel-to-reel? Wait, you wouldn't turn that into a guitar amp? Jesus, that's a piece of history, Wes. I'm sick of people taking things that should be put in a fucking museum and turning them into shitty guitar amps. It's a piece of history. It belongs in a museum. It's AWA. Amalgamated Wireless Australasia. I can't take the chassis off because you can see the slot there in the chassis is smaller than the plug, so it can only go so far. Just put that up the back. So you said it just needs a service. I love it when they say that. And straight away I go, no it doesn't. No it doesn't. You're wrong. You're inaccurate there. So this one has got the original caps by the looks of it. Made in Australia. How long is it since we made caps? Jesus. 100 microfarad, 200 volt, 100 microfarad, so pretty low plate voltage. What's that, 350 volt? Yeah, so literally every connection on this would need redoing, going over. Everything from the corroded lamp holder to every single solder connection, every pot, every socket, so if he thinks this just needs a service, I might offer him some money for it as is. If he's attached to it, I'll just say no, I can't do anything for it. It needs a full rebuild or nothing, mate. Hate to tell you. Now I can't lean this over because that's going to hit the nipples on the valves. I'll stick some blocks under there and that'll take care of that. Yeah, no it doesn't, Edward, it just needs a service, mate. Didn't you hear the customer? Just needs a service. Just needs a clean and a service. I need a bigger block, I need a bigger boat. Alright. So not too bad, pretty clean construction overall for a point-to-pointer. As is often the case with these ones, the top looks terrible, but underneath it's all pretty pristine still. Obviously you've got your dual section caps there, which would need replacing. That dual section cap, I should say, is only one. And then 2 single section caps. So it's all attainable. It's easier than the multi-section, like the 4 or 5 section ones. I think you'd have to get in there and change all the electrodes under those components, but that's not too hard. I had a guy on a forum the other day, he was going, I want to change this cap but I don't want to remove it, what do I do? It's like, fucking remove it. Like, he's like, I don't want to, it's too hard. I'm like, repairing amps is hard. If you don't like it, fucking go and play PlayStation, you dick. It's like you wanted us to just say, yes, you can do that, there's no problem there. And he wasn't happy until someone said that, and someone of course did. And then okay, bye. You fuckwit. Anyway, he's going to need probably not a full rebuild, but it's going to need significant cleaning. There's probably 3 hours just in the cleaning once you've scrubbed the top of the thing and removed corrosion from every joint. Every contact, I mean, you know, like your sockets and your valve sockets and your pilot light holder, and cleaned and cycled all your pots. And this is a switch down here for the input selector. So yeah, there's probably a good half a day in this. So barrier to entry of about plus parts, probably $600-700. But that's the price you pay for maintaining vintage equipment. If you don't like it, go and buy a fucking Google Home, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. Alright, well I think I'll take some notes on that one quickly while I've got it here, and then we'll put it back in its box and I'll throw a dart at it. Actually, you know what I did last time? I pretty much overblew the quote by about twice, so I think I'll just double this one. Fuck it, why not? Ah, my notepad's right there. Yeah, I don't like quoting stuff just high, but the last couple of restoration jobs I lost my shirt on, so I'm not interested in going out of business for someone that I don't even know. So now I'm going to start overestimating a bit more. So we've got 6 GW8s. Wow, okay, so one of them and then two of them. 6 GW8s. So they're a dual triode pentode. I'll just rock down the valve config. What even model is it? Playmaster. Nobody knows. Because it was probably a kit. It's got the Dymo labels on the back. It's got wood grain Dymo. Fuck, I wish they still made that. That'd be cool. Make a synth. Make a synth that I don't have time to play. Fucking. I'll look up the Playmaster history. You'll be able to find it right up in it somewhere, because all of this stuff is documented. Obviously it was documented because people were building the kits. GW8 and one 12AX7. Wow. Alright, so they fit a triode into each output valve as well, and then there's only one preamp valve. So that's curious. Okay, so it doesn't have a phono input, which is curious. I would have assumed it did. That's why we don't have an extra valve, because the extra gain would have required another few stages. I'm looking at one preamp valve, so it's literally just straight through. Without even looking at the schematic, we can tell it's straight through to the output stage. One or two preamp stages, probably recovery after the tone, and the switch selector is just at the front end, just switching between a set of inputs, and that's about it. No different EQ. It's reverse and stereo, so I guess stereo and then the same channels but swapped over, left and right. Then is mono, so the same channels mixed together, and is radio and tape. So looking at the back, you've got the same DIN connectors that are all on all of these kits. So you've got a tuner input. Oh, someone's written disc on it. Yeah, I don't think this was made in the age of CDs, but anyway, and tape there. A lot of these early hi-fi, medium-fi, hi-fi stereos used 2-pin DINs on the speaker connectors. I know, because that's what I used on my first amp that I built. It was a 3-watt stereo thing from Dick Smith. That was a kit as well, from the Funway into Electronics kits, I think. Oh, maybe that was a standalone kit, but anyway. 4 6GW8s, 1 12AX7. Can caps. to 100 mic 200 volters. I'll just check the diameter of them. Now 35, that's handy. That's 35 too, handy. Alright, so we've got 50 microfarad, 50 microfarad, 400 volt peak, 350 volt. So dual section 50 mic. We'll turn it upside down again and get shmoo all over our bench. You know, the thing is, Jerry, techs don't have time to play because shit's always fucking broken, isn't it? The stuff's built poorly and musicians treat stuff like shit. Plus it's obsolete, aging tech that gets hot and cold and hot and cold and runs on high voltage. Yeah. What's going on in the chat? Okay, it seems like it would help to tune the amp. What? Oh, you're talking about Leo getting guitarists to actually, yeah, test drive new designs. Yeah, that back in the day that would have been a pretty cool place to hang out. Uncle Doug uses his pets to demo the amps. Okay. Maybe not cost effective charge to fix it, but good for a newbie DIY to learn to fix it. I don't cannibalise 2-channel audio gear if fixable. Everything's fixable, but mono PA, yeah, who's going to use that? And recorders, yes. Now the recorders, you can hit a wall with trying to get the thing functional again because of the mechanical parts required. But PA stuff, who's going to use a 20 watt mono PA? That's perfect for a guitar amp. For a stereo amp, I'd like to restore it and have it on my study desk, glowing at me while I'm doing paperwork at night with a whiskey. Doesn't that sound nice? On a rainy night, nice warm valve amp next to you, playing jazz. Sounds like heaven. Where do I get my parts from? What parts? I get them from about 50 different suppliers, depending on what's in stock, what's out of stock, what's available in quantity, what the postage costs are, who does combined shipping for multiple orders and back orders, who's not a fucking pain in the ass bunch of fucking pricks to deal with. That's the biggest one. Would you trust a tech who can't play guitar at all? Yes, I certainly would. Some of the best techs I know can't play guitar. There's these things called sweep generators, and not only that, but you can also play samples from a suitable player, reamp it into an amp, and you can hear everything you need to know. One of my mates in Canada does that. He's a drummer, and he's an amazing tech. He's got samples that he plays through the guitar amps to confirm everything's okay, but 9 times out of 10 you don't need to play it to know that everything's okay. You can see measurements wrong, you can see stuff that's drifted, you can see weird behaviour without even playing it. I play through it finally just to make sure everything's cool. I basically play through it because I want to treat it like a guitarist would, and I want it to not have any issues when you abuse it. So of course, what does a guitarist do? They turn everything up to 10, right, and play it and chug with their palm muting, absolutely abusing the amp. If the amp can't stand that, well, it's just going to come back and I'm going to look like a fuckwit. So I've got to abuse the living shit out of an amp like a guitarist will, and make sure it passes. Maybe not with flying colours, but make sure it passes. Because if you want it to pass with flying colours, you often have to redesign the whole topology of the thing, because often guitarists use inappropriate amps for the styles that they play. But anyway. So, where are we? Tube Depot. I've never ordered anything from Tube Depot. Oh, the vacuum tube night lights. Yeah, what a crock of shit they are. It's an LED. Hey, whatever you're into. I don't think they'll be that safe though. If you got a night light, chances are it's because you got pets or a kid or whatever, and you want a kid playing with a glass vacuum tube. Because what do they do when they see a glowy thing? They grab it. And what do animals do? They chew them. And what does glass do when you chew it? That would not end well. Do I have a favourite high? What? You talking drugs? My favourite high is, don't know, swimming at the beach. Swimming at the beach with a beer. He doesn't love it. Alright, so I've got a couple of axials there, 25 mic, 50 volt, two of them. 25 mic, 70 volt, one of them. Favorite high gain amp under 2K. Yeah, well, it depends what you mean by high gain, but just the Jet City JCA20s, I think they are. You got to do work to them to make them roadworthy, but you can get a really nice high gain amp that no one's going to steal for $400. You know, that's the best value for money. If you're talking, you know, under $2,000, I guess a second-hand Friedman's of some sort. But essentially, for my high gain tone, I just use a medium gain amp and I push it with a tube screamer or a clean booster. And you're in metal area. You're in high gain flavour country. And that's a cheap way of doing it very well. And then when you hit a cleaner section, because I never really play 100% clean when I'm playing that style, I just turn off the boost and roll back the volume, and I've got a bright cap, a treble bleed cap in my guitar, so it maintains the crystal clear stuff. So yeah, that's what I would play if I was in a metal band. If I was in a metal band, it would be more stoner, sort of Southern American style metal, not South American, you know, Mississippi style metal, like New Orleans, stuff like Down and Corrosion of Conformity, because that's the stuff that I listen to the most, and that's the stuff that makes my bottom lip go, you know. And that's a pretty easy way to get that sound. But some of the orange ones, like the Rock of Verbs, are good too. Maybe he used a Soldano. Who was that again? Who are you talking about, YBA? So back to the parts stuff. Was it Wes that asked that? Morning, Dad. Morning, Mum. Back to the parts. Oh, Edward Hannigan. Hannigan? Yeah. Asked me about where I get parts from at the moment. I get valves from Tube Amp Doctor. I get a lot of parts from Tube Amp Doctor that I didn't used to. Even transformers. I've had a few from them, and they're fantastic. I don't know who makes them, but they're good. For Hammond transformers, I'll go either Mouser or DigiKey because they smash the local guys by a good 20%. Speakers, if I'm going Eminence, I'll use Music Connection, which is a local distributor for them. If I'm in a pinch and they're out of stock or something, or if I want Celestion, I'll just go StewMac because I've got the StewMax membership and you get free shipping. WGS I get from Kev at Speaker Factory. He does Celestion as well. If you don't have a StewMax account, his prices end up about the same. So I'd suggest if you just get onesies or twosies, not 20s and 30s, just go through Speaker Factory in Queensland. This is Australia. So yeah, this is why you're asking me questions. I'm on the other side of the planet, so my answers won't be relevant to yours. But components, RS Components, DigiKey, Mouser, Element 14, CE distribution for the vintage stuff and amp specific stuff, like valve sockets. Evatco for valves if you want warranty. Tube Amp Doctor or CE if you don't want warranty, because you gotta send them back to the fucking States or Germany, and that's negates any saving you'll get from claiming a warranty. Evatco are good, they cover your ass. That's worth using them for. Speaker grill material I'll get from Evatco or Speaker Factory. Yeah, a lot of it's just shipping. So if you order up to $1,000 from CE distribution or Tube Amp Doctor, it's not an issue. It just turns up like in 2 weeks or something. If you order over $1,000, then customs get involved, and you get random bills for some arbitrary amount that there's no justification for. No, they just say some code and then a price, and it's like, well, do you want your package or do you want it to be destroyed? I'm surprised they don't try and charge you for fucking destroying it too. If you're buying under $1,000 worth of stuff, that isn't an issue. But as soon as you go over $1,000, that's the magical number where customs step in and, what's all this then? What are you doing? So fuck off. Go back to your desk, you fat prick. And that makes it not practical to order in bulk unless you're ordering a pallet of shit, and then you need to order like $10,000 to make the shipping worthwhile. So yeah, it's a matter of how big do you want to get, how quickly, because there's so many barriers to stop you from getting big fast these days. Every single game has been run out, and you can't really easily make money anymore in any field unless you're a investment banker or a real estate agent that just exploits people for a living and somehow doesn't swallow a shotgun every night. 50 microfarad, what's that? 70 to 85. Oh, that's the temperature. 50 microfarad, 25 volt. Alright, I think that's all the electrodes. They're all look like they're all carbon film resistors. Let's just check a few for drift, eh? What am I looking at? I think looking at this, they've got the two triodes, one in each output valve. They've got the two triodes set up as a long tail pair. So each of the output valves is pretty cute, really. You've got the two output pentodes being fed by the triode in each valve in a what looks like a long tail pair phase inverter configuration. So that's really cool. Two valves with a phase inverter integrated. And then all you got is one preamp valve down here. Oh, there's another cap hiding under that. It's just another 25 mic, whatever. Yeah, so very compact, very cute, very elegant design. I like it. And you've got two, you can see the repeat pattern there. When you're doing electronic stuff, you can't see fuck all because it's out of frame. When you're doing electronic stuff, you learn to see patterns pretty quickly, repeating patterns, that you become a little bit Rain Man-y. And you can see here, well, there's a resistor there, there's a resistor there. There's two 1 megs here, there's two 1 megs there, there's a wire there, there's a wire there, cap there, cap there, cap there, cap there, you know. And this tag strip arrangement looks the same as that. That's because these are the two channels, and they're basically like a little output module there and there, you could think of them, just prior to circuit board design. And then all of this is its own thing, that's the preamp. Oh, we've got a broken resistor in half there, I just noticed. Well, that's going to give you problems. Penny boy, you can focus. I don't even know what day it is today. Is it Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday or Wednesday? It's Tuesday. Thank God for that. Yeah, so there's a resistor broken in half. Doesn't look like it's happened explosively. It just looks like it's come off its end. No char marks or anything. Here's a big awful blob of solder there. It's got about 15 connections coming off it, so it's going to be fun to fish that lead out of. So that's probably his biggest problem. It looks like it's attached to the tone circuit, so that may have either made the tone control not work or not pass signal at all. So yeah, if you just replace that though, the next thing will fall over, and then people start talking shit about you as a tech. So you're better off not taking those jobs at all. If people want to keep the budget down and only repair one thing, well, you can do that elsewhere, because I've had people recently come back and go, oh, the amp you worked on fucking 6 years ago always had a problem. Like, why didn't you bring it back, you fucking nuffy? And they're out there talking shit about me forever now, because either I missed something or I can't remember the situation. He probably wanted to spend $50 on it and said just replace the input jack, and then something else goes wrong, but now it's my fault even though I was told to just replace the input jack. So people like that I'm telling to fuck off somewhere else now, because I don't have time for that. Either you do what I say in terms of the scope of the works, or you get it done elsewhere. Someone else can lose their reputation, not me. Right, so I'm going to put this back in its chassis and we're going to throw a dart. I reckon it's probably going to take an hour just to change all those caps and replace that resistor, clean up the solder joints on the bottom side, check for drift on the other stuff and replace if required. It's probably going to be an hour in just cleaning the chassis, and probably another hour in cleaning all the sockets and retensioning the contacts, cleaning just all the connections and the pots and all of that stuff, and getting it to a point where we can fire it up. Factoring in some of, yeah, the resistor's just one of those parts you don't really need. Yeah, it just got more efficient. So I'm factoring in, yeah, probably half a day on this plus parts, and the parts we don't know if the valves are good, because there's no quick and easy way I can test the 6GW8 other than with the device itself. Do I have another amp that uses them? No, that was the Panther, and that's gone. But yeah, we'll factor in a bit of margin. I'll say no valves included in that price, but they may be, replacement may be required. So here's the price of a single valve, and this is how many there are. I'll leave it up to you. That risk is you. But yeah, a lot of time in cleaning. I'd love to have this little thing sitting on my table at home. Make some cool steampunky looking speaker boxes to go with them. Clad them in copper and put rivets in them. Wouldn't that be cool? Like copper cladded speakers. Speaker boxes, I mean, with copper rivets. And sit it next to this thing, because that hammer tone looks great. All the imperfections of metal just disappear under that. And look how good it's stuck. Hasn't peeled. This amp is probably from the early to mid 60s, I'm guessing. Dad could probably offer more material on that. Hey Dad, you still there? You want to figure out what amp this is? What you having your morning cuppa? It'll take an hour to untangle that solder blob. Yeah, probably. Good to have you here too, Seth. If you're the Seth I think you are. Are you Seth from the Tube Amp groups on Facebook? Seth B. Bolgen? I don't know. Alright, sorry, I'll just catch up and chat. Seth, I had a dog that would grab tubes off the bench, but she would just parade them around the house until I traded her a treat. Yeah, supply and demand. Oh, geez, dogs they can make you really laugh, eh? They can give you the shits, but as quickly as a dog gives you the shits, it makes you laugh 5 minutes later, so they get away with it. Good, and Terry's a legend, mate, and great tech for a high gain amp. Sorry, there's like 4 conversations happening at once. I live in New Orleans, and a lot of the bands around here use old Peaveys. Yeah, well, you know what? I had a customer yesterday who picked up his Jelly that I refretted. Now, he's normally a pedal steel player, and he has a Peavey Vegas 400. The thing was ear-crushingly loud and clean. And that is his go-to steel amp, and that was a Peavey with the old school knobs from the 80s, and that's like considered V amp if you're playing steel. So I serviced it for him, and it's been on the road for the last couple of weeks, and he's been loving it. And that's the one he pulls out. It's heavy, so he's got a deluxe, hot rod DeVille that he uses. When you take a hot rod DeVille because it's lighter, that's an indication of how heavy your primary amp is. There goes the mic. Poor little SM57. Alright, over here we've got another hi-fi thing. I said to him, this one probably really isn't worthwhile, but I can clean it up, but to get it reliable, you're gonna need like a full recap, because this is probably mid to late 70s, and they'd be getting pretty tired, especially with amps, hi-fi amps, solid state stuff. They just get left on 24/7. Bohica. Customs motto since time immemorial. What's Bohica mean again? I've seen that before. Edward, we apparently have a different idea of what constitutes being funny. Yeah, I agree, Gooden. No more said about that. I use flags from Amazon and eBay for grill cloth. Huh. Makes every speaker unique, and at 100 dB no one can tell it's not acoustically transparent. I have an AC30 and a JVM, a Vibrolux, a Swart. Am I done or am I missing something? I think you should probably just play more, mate. I kind of like the romantic idea of one man, one guitar and one amp, and that's it. But of course then you need an acoustic, and then well, I've got an acoustic, then do I want a bass? You get a bass, and then you're like, well, I've got a 6-string acoustic, do I want a 12-string? So then you get a 12-string, and then you're like, I've got a 6 and a 12-string acoustic, do I want a resonator? And you buy a resonator. And then you're like, well, I've got a guitar with humbuckers, should I get one with single coils? So you get one with single coils. And you're like, well, this one's good for blues, but for heavier style, I really need something that looks a bit more aggressive, so you get something more aggressive, and then before you know, you're up to 7 guitars. And then amps, you're like, well, the deluxe is cool, but what if I want to play metal? So then you get a JCM 800. Like, well, JCM 800 is good, but it's a bit heavy. So then you get, I don't know, Friedman combo. Yeah, the Friedman's cool, but yeah, it just goes on. So I'm in the fortunate position where I have a shop, so I can put stuff on the shelf. I can take it home, play it for a while, bring it back, put it back in the shop shelf. So I can be Mr. Bluesman one day, and then I can be Scott Ian the next day, and just play make-believe. Oh yeah, it's caught up on the mains lead, that's why. So it's very dirty. Overall, doesn't look too bad. No big spills or anything. So I think I'll just give it some power and have a quick listen. Front panel's pretty dirty too. Just using the underbench speaker. Just want to see if it's passing signal and how bad the switches are, because I dare say they'll be pretty bad. At the heart of it all, tube amps are not that complicated. Once you've seen enough of them, you can see a lot of common things. That's right. Jerry London, I think there's a law that says all amplifiers with a flag motif must use a Great Britain flag. If not, there ought to be. Hi Thom. Retread, were you thinking about giving this integrated an amp the Muntz treatment? Yeah, Madman Muntz. He'd snip parts out until it didn't work, and then he put that last part back in. That's what you get when you want cheap. Talking about dogs. No sooner do they eat that they have to shit. Have a couple of rare 80s Rivera Fender amps. Yeah, the Rivera stuff is a bit overrated from Fender, because Paul Rivera himself, Paul? I think it's Paul, said basically they took his designs and didn't implement them like he intended, and by then he was out of the loop and they wouldn't take his word on anything. So basically it's got his schematic but implemented very badly, and some parts the schematic's not even accurate, so that's why the Rivera Fender amps have a pretty bad rap. It's not that he doesn't know what he's doing, it's that Fender only half listened to him. Super Champ at a Champ 2, not the Super Champ 2 XT. Yeah, the XTs are a load of shit. Got a little 18 watt 1x10 combo amps. Yeah, they're not bad from memory, yeah. Speaking of style over substance, does anyone remember the Peavey Wiggy? No, I don't remember that. I sound bad enough on a 6-string, a 12-string would logarithmically make me sound 4 times worse. Rivera came in just as CVS was getting ready to dump Fender. Yeah, I don't know the timeline. I should know more about that, but it's in the past, man. Living in the past. Alright. Just gonna have to get my adapter to go to an RCA instead of a 1/4 inch. I went on the Sooner joke. I meant no offense to anyone that lives in Oklahoma. I don't know what that joke was, so I missed that. And I don't live in Oklahoma, so I don't care. New Tone King amp, thoughts? I don't even know what it is, and I'll probably never see one because I'm in Australia. The Tone King stuff is built by boutique amp distributors now, I think. So it's only sort of, it's like Bartell's out of the picture now, from what I gather. So they're not the same caliber of amp that Mark used to build, because he's on the spectrum, that fucker. He goes well above and beyond what you have to do to make an amp. I don't know if you've seen the guts of one, but my god, so well thought out. It's just sickening. Where the fuck's my RCA lead? Dad, where'd you put my RCA lead? There it is. Right, let's go to BK Precision this time, to see if it's still behaving itself since I repaired it. It's a bit annoying because now the lead comes out right in front of the camera, but anyway. Inputs, let's go tuna. Tuna fish. So all you've got is phono, tuna, and tape. Speakers A, EQ halfway, subsonic filter off, loudness off, stereo on. And up we go, bit of a pop there, 9 watts, settling at 9 watts. Bit of crackling, let's give it some signal. 1K, sorry, 1022 Hertz. Oh, we're on the phono, hang on. Oh yeah. Wow. You touch anything and the signal stops. And the signal's really low. Good, isn't it? Just see what the cleaner does. Straight away. Let's give it a blast with compressed air first. Take the knob off, it's easier to cycle. That's really dirty. I think that's going to come back. It's going to take longer than that, a few cycles and some compressed air, but I think it's going to work. G'day, Lyle. Oh, he's on his personal page. Uh-oh. he's got a troll account. Who's he trolling? Let's give it some square wave at low frequency. check the EQ. Bass works. Treble works. Loudness works. So I think that'll clean up. I might just give him a quote to clean it up and just say, look, if the caps fail, that's not covered. At the moment they seem to be stable, but it's not going to last another 40 years with those caps, is it? Righto, I'll miss chat again. Taking, hang on. My God, I'm kind of glad I don't have 10,000 subscribers. Maybe a weird question, but why do manufacturers solder in fuses or make fuses with solder leads, or even worse, put fuses or other wear components in black plastic like Standell used to? Because they don't give a fuck about you or your money. They just want to make money from you, and then the deal's over, and they want to make more money from you or from someone else. They don't care about maintenance. I like Rivera amps that have the ninja mode. Yeah, well that was, I had the Knucklehead in, and that was fun to play. I would have changed some voicing on it myself. It was a little bit too bass heavy going into the drives, the lead circuit, whatever it's called. But yeah, it was the one that, I think it was the one that like Tool had on the first couple of albums or something. They're going up in value massively. Tone King amps are good, but some of them suffer the same problems all PCB amps have. Look at Sonic Audio, he worked on one not too long ago. Yeah, check out all Lyle's videos, he gets a lot nicer shit than I do. He's not working on 70s hi-fi amps, that's for sure. I had a buddy years ago that had a Rivera 100 watt 1x15 combo, forgot the model, ridiculously loud. Yes, it would be. Same deal with Magnatone. Yeah, I think Magnatone are, from memory, I think they're one of those brands that's really bad now. I'd have to look that up though. Maybe I might be getting them crossed with Supro. I know Supro is. The Supro's dog shit now. Sweeps down to 1 kHz, down to about 500 Hz, 1 kHz turns into a migraine. Yeah, that's why I'm sitting at about 350. Magnatone is weird, started out as all hand-wired American-made non-PCB amps, now they're all PCB and not as well made. Okay, so they've gone the Supro route. I thought the Swart Space Tone, I bought the Swart Space Tone because of Lyle at Sonic Audio, it's great. I saw, was it Chris Church had one of them the other day, Lyle, as well, a Swart. I think it was the Swart Space Tone, yeah, it had a planet, like a Ren and Stimpy looking, Jetsonsy looking logo. Just taking a break from putting a BGG board in a Blues Junior. Look out. It's not that much work, Steve. Hola. Too bad Supro and Magnatone are kind of cheap now. They sure look cool. Yeah, well, that's all that matters these days, isn't it? It's just got to look cool. It doesn't matter what's inside, because only dickheads like me and Lyle care about that stuff. And that makes us idiots, according to most people. Maggies are pretty good. Okay, so the Maggies are still okay. Alright, sweet. Dustin's late. Don't worry about it, mate. You can play it back for a month anyway, and then I'll delete it. I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. Whether I delete the streams. I got rid of the old streams because they weren't representative of me anymore. Like, it's not that I said anything dramatically controversial. It was just, I was tripping up on my terminology. I was struggling to have I was still getting used to being on camera, basically. So I'd stop and I'd pause, and I was nervous, and now I don't give a fuck, so whatever. But back then, I don't know, I went back and looked at a few of the videos while I was waiting for a current video to render, and I was just like, ugh, jeez, yeah, that's not good. I don't like that being out there. So I got rid of it, because it's my choice. But the other thing that would happen is you keep getting comments pop up on those old videos, and like, you've learned a lot since. Like, it was 6-7 years ago, and people were like, oh, I can't believe you didn't even know that. It's like, of course I didn't know that. At some point I didn't know how to shit properly, or like, you know, didn't know how to feed myself either. At one point I didn't know how to drive, or many points. didn't know how to solder, didn't know how to do anything. It's an ongoing thing. If you think you're at the pinnacle of like how good you're going to be, why the fuck are you still alive? Keep going higher. But these people comment like at any given time I'm supposed to be the pinnacle of intelligence, and I've said that many times. I'm not fucking smart. I'm a janitor with a soldering iron. I mean, look at this. Most of the work's just clean up, right? It's not detailed diagnosis. But I don't know. People have an expectation as soon as you're on YouTube that you should pander to exactly what they think you should be, and I don't know. It's very weird. As a look, I just tried to put the case on the wrong way. I'm not smart, but if I can do this, surely pretty much anyone can. So I just got sick of those comments and just digging up old shit that I said years ago. Maybe I wasn't as well informed as I am now, and challenging me on it, and I just couldn't give a fuck. I was going to make it memberships to see the live streams, but I think that's a bit shit as well. That's a bit shilly. That's a bit shilly. I'm not talking silly like how Sean Connery would say it. I mean, it makes you like a shill. Like you can't get anything out of me for free. I do these because I want to, not because I'm using them for a fucking income, like some of the other YouTubers do. I'm using them to vent to you guys and have a chat, basically, like we're at the coffee shop or at the pub. And I enjoy that. So I thought, no, fuck the memberships. I don't want your money. Keep your money. I've got a real job. Well, sort of pretend job. Alright, what's next? What have we got? Let me just turn some lights on. It's getting pretty dark in here. Phone's going dead. That's good. Means no one ring me. Magnetone was originally 1930s Magna Electronics, and then Etsy, I almost said Etsy, Etsy Organ bought them out. You haven't lived until you try to pull old parts off a 1960s Magna printed circuit cone board. Okay, I'm unaware of that, but okay. Oh, stop jumping, you fucking piece of shit, chat. Hi Lyle, I'm taking a break from looking at a 13.8 kilovolt to 480 volt transformer submittals. I don't think Brad makes any replacement parts for them. I do have a 8,000 volt transformer at home that I use to blow shit up. That's pretty cool. I made a Jacob's ladder with it during lockdown. That was fun. Not advised, but fun. But fun. I've got a 1.2 kilovolt transformer at home that I want to use to power that. It's at like 400 milliamps too. It's a Hammond to power that RCA 833A valve. Get that humming. They expect about 33 or 3500 volts on the plates, but I think 1 kilovolt will get it ticking over anyway. Get it. Just feed some signal through it to start with, just to giggle and run away from it. If it looks cool, guitar mags and influences will sell truckloads. Yeah, that's the fucking problem, isn't it? They listen with their eyes, the dickheads. Like, a lot of these amps don't even sound good, and they're just because they look good, they get glowing reviews. Well, no. Get a tech to look at it. Get someone that's got some technical know how to look at it, because people are getting swindled, and it's you. You're the ones getting swindled. So don't get upset when we call an amp a piece of shit, because we're saving you money and we're going out of our way for free to do it for you. So, you want a Jens Benz El Diablo? Do you want an Ashdown Peacemaker? Do you want a Marshall AC15? No? A AS50R? Do you want a Slash Signature 5-watt thing? Do you want a Delta Blues combo? Do you want a Vadis Australian made vintage thing that's going to take 3 days again? Do you want a studio monitor from Event? I can't do the Blues Deluxe because I don't think that's been approved yet. Do you want a Marshall, I've forgotten what it is, JCM 2000 DSL? Do you want a Mesa Boogie King Snake with a transformer swap? Do you want a Splawn Nitro? Do you want a Splawn Quick Rod? I'm trying to remember the names off the top of my head here. What else have we got? We've got a pedal, which I don't want to do. I might not do. Got an Egnator Rebel 30, which just diagnosed last night, waiting for quote approval. We've got Gallion Kruger 400 RB. Got a Lexicon Prime Time. I'm not doing that on stream, I look like an idiot. Got a 70s twin reverb. I can't even remember what's wrong with that one. An AC30 JMI AC30. There's too much to choose from. '60s SD Magnetone cone boards have a little metal cones that mechanically grab the leads. Oh, and are a one-way only insertion device. Ugh. What a stupid idea that is. Oh, that sounds painful. Alright, Seth, thanks for clearing that up. No questions for Lyle today. I'll be on the next live chat. I mean, look, right now I've got, how many viewers have we got? We've got 33 viewers and we're looking at a blank bench. Goes to show how much the quantity over quality. Good laugh. Dead Kobe? Who's that? Going off on local techs who modded a Hot Rod Deluxe. He just can't take a joke. What, did someone set him up or something? I don't know who Dead Kobe is. Fuck mate, you can say water is wet and people will argue with you. Yeah, well technically, if a conversation starts with, well technically, you can just fucking walk away. Go away before I headbutt you. I think you can set it to subscriber only, not member only. What are we talking about? This is subscriber only. There are no members because I don't have a membership. Love to chat. We love to chat at breakfast. Okay, we'll chat away. Yeah, Lyle's not doing a member thing either. No, I'd feel dirty if I did that, and I'd feel pressured to do stuff when I wasn't feeling it, and then that'd be subpar, maybe not genuine content. No one wants to hear about anyone's member. Oh, come on. Haven't you guys got onto my OnlyFans yet? Membership implies merchantability. Well, that was hard to read at 8:25 AM. You can decide when or not to post a video. No members to fulfill. Yeah. I'm not going to fulfill my members. So what's for breakfast, Mum and Dad? You having eggs this morning? Poached or scrambled? Slash signature or Delta Blues. Okay, well that's your first comment there, first vote. So I'm just going for Wes's vote there because hang on, no, Wes asked for the 5v3. It's already built, mate. I did the box. I'll do a video on the box. I don't know. I wasn't feeling like doing a video on the manufacturing of it because I was just trying to get it done and the workshop was a mess. Slash signature or Delta Blues. Steve Moore has spoken. Alright, let's look at the slash signature first. Yeah, those transformers are 3750 kilo. Oh, right, sorry, I was off by several orders of magnitude there. Studio monitor, I picked up 4 for free, 200 watts. What model were they? JCM 2000. Alright, I think we'll go the slash, then we'll go the Delta Blues, and then we'll go the JCM 2000. Is there a guitar amp purchase that you've made that you're too embarrassed to admit to? Yes! I bought a Mesa Boogie tri-axis rack thing, and I had a Simulcast 290 to go with it on top of a Marshall quad that was run in stereo with a TC Electronic G Major 2 was the effects processor. That was when I was in a few bands and we were playing heavy stuff and a bit of proggy type stuff. I just couldn't get it to sound good. I'm like, fuck, something's wrong. So I sold them. I wasn't a tech at the time. I sold them and got a DC-10, which is a 100 watt 2x12 combo from Mesa Boogie. And it sounded the same. They just muffled shit and middle boxy, and no clarity, just fucking uninspiring as hell. And I'm just like, that's shit too. What the fuck's going on? So I got a kit. Well, not a kit. I built from scratch a 18 watt head years ago. This is pre the one I've got now. And it sounded fantastic. And I'm like, this circuit is so simple. There's nothing to it. And it shits all over the Mesa Boogie. And that's when I realised how fucked Mesa Boogie are. And every time I get one in, it just reinforces that fact. So luckily I dodged the bullet on those. I never had to get them fully serviced because I wasn't a tech at the time. This is 15 years ago. But as soon as I jumped ship from Mesa Boogie and started playing anything but Mesa Boogie, I was like, oh wow, they just suck. So I've been there. I've owned them. I've wanted to like them. I've tried extremely hard and spent a lot of money trying to like them, but I just couldn't. They were just fucked. So anyway, that was my embarrassing amp purchase, but luckily I made someone else embarrassingly purchase them off me, so that was good. Couldn't hear the DR on the stages we were playing. Deluxe reverb. Wow. Oh, you're Vicky's down there. Oh. 400 RB. He's doing one of those. Kyle, come on, Gooden. It's Lyle, man. It's not Kyle. Fuck. The L and the K are right next to each other, though. Okay, so I get that. That's probably why it happens, Lyle, because the L and the K are right there. You bastards made me hungry. How about your best score? Great amp, cheap at a tag sale or whatever. Probably, because I fixed them, anything that's fucked that will cost a bit to fix that people just want to fuck off for like $100. So things like Blues Juniors are good to flip and sell. That Vox Domino was great. Trying to think what else. Just anything that you get for a bargain that can be easily improved, like dramatically, like the Jet City stuff. You can really make that roadworthy pretty easily. The classic 30s, because then I got to use my little board that I made as a replacement for them. So that was fun as a learning experience for PCB layout. These things I think I showed them a million times, but that's the original, that's my one. I only made like 5 of these boards, but that was like one of the... I set it to myself as an exercise to learn KiCad, and I think it went rather well. So I've already installed one of these, two of these actually, and adjustable bias, screen grid resistors, all that shit. But that was really satisfying to do as a first project in KiCad. So yeah, Peavey Classic 30s. They're great because no one's going to steal them, because everyone knows how sketchy the factory build is. But she's a sleeper, mate. No one knows what's under the hood. I own a black face twin with Altex. Yeah, as far as I know, it is still sitting where I left it. No one could lift it. It's got like ivy growing over it now. I bought a Mesa Studio preamp for $100 at a pawn shop. Just sold it for $13.50. The Mesa guys are just nuts. It's like a cult, but like any cult, like audiophiles, they're right for the picking. So feel free to take advantage of Mesa users. I won't lose sleep over that. You know, due diligence. Personal question: when did you decide to become a tech? Well, I was always since not long after high school, I was always playing with guitars. And about 2004 or 5, I decided to start offering my services, just doing fret work and new nuts, that kind of thing, pick up replacements. It was just for beer money on the weekends. Had a full-time job, so you get 3 or 4 guitars a week, and you know, pay for a couple of cases of beer or something. That was all I was interested in. But then it got more and more, and people started bringing stuff around, and word spread a bit. And yeah, if you don't do shit work, word spreads pretty quickly amongst the music community. And well, likewise if you do shit work, but often people sort of gloss over that a bit. But yeah, so then I started saying, well, Dad, why don't you do a couple of repair jobs? And he started doing a couple for just mates, like, you know, you'd have a blown transformer on a Marshall head or something, or a switch needs replacing, or just black magic science shit like biasing in a new set of valves. So it was all just black art to me, but I'd take it to Dad and he'd do it, and I'd take it back to my mate and he'd give him some cash or a, you know, bottle of piss or something. And it just sort of got more and more from there, and eventually I started doing basic stuff like replacing valves and biasing and switch replacements and just hardware stuff and speaker swaps, and Dad would do the hectic troubleshooting. And then he retired and moved south, so about 4 hours away, and I started sort of panicking a bit. A lot of reading, a lot of late nights reading, and a lot of buying broken shit and figuring it out, and a lot of pouring every dollar that I made in my full-time job into buying gear and figuring it out, and buying learning material and tools and equipment and components. Just figuring out what components you should stock to try and cover most bases for repair was like a massive learning curve. Where to buy them from, what specs matter, what can be, you know, adapted to suit, you know, like if you're going to get a certain value of capacitor, get a small package, one that's 105 degree rated, one that has a higher voltage rating than maybe you need. So say you might need 25 volts. Well, can you fit 50s? How about you just buy 50s, because then that's one less BOM item to keep track of, inventory item, sorry. And it makes no difference to the amp, as long as it physically fits, and the price isn't that different. So yeah, just all of this stuff, purchasing, that kind of thing. I remember spending like a full week in the old garage, just like with a list, like what components do I need, when I started taking it more seriously. So Dad moved away and I started taking over pretty much all the repairs, and there were a few that almost broke me. But you know, you move on, you learn, and every time you get a really hard one, it punishes you in time, and it gives you incentive to be quicker on the next one and be better on the next one, because it emotionally affects you. And if you can't figure stuff out, it does get to you sometimes. So there is an incentive there emotionally and as well as money wise to figure shit out efficiently, and that's what makes you want to be better, and you're constantly being better, and that's a good thing. If you think you've reached the pinnacle, you're a fucking idiot. Simple as that. We've got a lively chat today. It's good to see. Yeah. So that was one question. I'm doing Lyle Singer. I spent too long on a question. I don't know about Kyle or Brad. Hey, you stop it. I'll put you in timeout if you keep calling him Kyle. In 1992, I got a 72 twin reverb for $200. Fuck, that's alright. I think that probably the best purchase was one that Dad grabbed, which was the Fender 75. And, you know, it's a love or hate amp. But that amp taught me so much. That was probably the best amp I've ever had in terms of what it taught me. So I had that when I was 16 or something. Dad got it from his workmate. Sold as a basketball. He said it's not working and it's got big problems. It's not worth fixing. I think he bought it off him for like $200. All I needed was some preamp valves and it was fine. But, you know, then another problem would come up. And then, oh shit, okay, well, how the fuck do I figure this out? And that's probably the amp I learnt the most on. And then you'd fix that, and it'd be alright for a couple of months, and something else would start playing up, and you'd fix that. And then I sort of put it aside after I sort of stopped playing gigs, because I used to play gigs with it. And put it aside until I was ready to fully rebuild it. And I did it probably 5 years ago now. Did a full restoration, new grill, because it had the shitty chipboard that disintegrates, new rear panels, full recap, changed the topology a bit, changed some values to clean up the overdrive. It actually sounded really good afterwards, and it had a shit ton of clean headroom because it was an ultra linear, and put a 15-inch driver back in it because we put an adapter plate to fit a 12-inch in there at the time because we had one floating around, and just fully restored it and made it still a little bit representative of the original, but the overdrive channel was actually usable, and that taught me so much, that amp. That was probably the best amp I've ever had in terms of what I got out of it. Marshall DSL-40 at a pawn shop for $250 mint. That's good. I don't buy amps anymore. No, that's right. Build them, mate. Lyle Caldwell, you do anything from this channel or just a way to separate yourself from business? Oh, you're talking about his personal. Altec A7 cabinet in the 70s that used a bass cabinet. Excuse was living in apartments, yeah. Just so I can have YouTube recommendations that aren't guitar things. Yeah. Nah, it's his troll account. He's a troll. Yeah, my dad is fab. So's mum. If you've seen Dad's videos Dad's in, check out the one I did on New Year's Eve on Mum's garden. That thing's crazy. It's always a work in progress, just like everything should be. Mesa started using those stupid obsolete Teledyne Fetrons in their Mark 1s, and they've just kept going downhill from there. Yeah, Fetrons, what? Whose idea was that? If I do a video on Hot Rod for the next week, I get hundreds of Hot Rod videos suggested to me. Yeah, it's the one thing you don't want to see, eh? Is it worth it to take a Peavey Classic 50 to a Tech? What would be the max you would spend? I don't know. You can spend $5,000 on it if you want. It's up to you. I just did one. It's over here. I don't think I did a video on it though. I used the original boards because they weren't too bad, and I rewired it so every output device has its own screen grid, and cooled the BIOS down, and it was good. So you can do that. By the time it's got to the point where it needs attention, it's been neglected, so you've probably burned the output valves beyond recognition. and possibly damage the circuit board. If the circuit board's okay, you could probably get out of it for like, say, 400 or 500 Australian. So what's that, like 300 US? That's with preventative maintenance. So if you just want to fix what's wrong, you could probably get out of it for like 200 bucks, but I wouldn't be giving warranty on that, because I know there's other things that will fall over down the road, and I'll make that very clear to the customer and make it clear that it's up, it's on their head if anything else goes wrong. Thanks, Ed. Bloody legend. Back in the 90s, I bought a silver face deluxe reverb for 60 bucks. Fuck. And a Rivera era Vibrolux reverb for 120 bucks. Bloody hell. Hey, Jason, how you going? I have a classic 32. Is that the cathode bias one? Last of the USA before China. John Fields got to make all the changes that plagued the earlier ones. No folder boards, radial caps, no noisy reverb, better drive channel. That must be, yeah, the single board one. Yeah, I've never seen one. As far as I know, they're either really stable or there's just none out here. I just restocked a bunch of stuff. 20 different common values of half watt carbon films, 100 of each, 200 UF 4007s. Lyle, where do you get your carbon comps from? Do you just use the ones from CE? So I was going to order them. I ended up having like 500 bucks worth of resistors in my shopping cart, and I thought, ugh. Yeah, I was just going to get the common values, 220k, 100k, but I've got a couple of vintage Voxes coming up, and if there's anything drifted in them, I kind of want to replace them with carbon comps. But a lot of them in there are already carbon films. Some other tech's gone in there and already just chucked a few metal films in there, which I might replace with the stock ones if I can get some good information on what they originally were from JMI. Edward Hannigan, thank you for such an in-depth, honest answer. Reply about your travels, where you are now. Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm an idiot and I never had enough money, so I don't really know how to run a business, but it's fun. So yeah. Anyway, I had some kid bring me an old Harmony K Balco made Sears Silvertone archtop guitar for a setup. He paid $2 for the guitar and $1 for the case. $3. Yeah, but it probably played like arse. Yeah, I don't know how to answer some questions fast. Yeah, I don't. The garden is a giant, beautiful place. Yes, it is. Much larger than you'd ever think of here in the South USA. Oh yeah, Jace, how's the knee going? Yeah, it's totally turned the corner. Another few months and it will be a distant memory. Good to hear, mate. Yep. Alright, we've caught up. See if it's better in Voxes. I have the schematics. Tell me the model. I'll show you the model, mate. I'll show it to you right now. Alright, so this is from a studio, so it's got a few mods to make it easier to use and whatever, like speaker cabs and stuff. The bloke's had it for ages. He's had the cab recovered at some point, but it's had some caps replaced. It's got a set of Tesla EL84s. The inner two look different from the outer two. It could just be, I think they've just cooked at some point. It's got a 19 Henry Woden choke. It's got Woden, is that how you say it? Woden, yeah. Woden trannies. And someone's put an F&T in there. Yeah, alright. So looking at the panel here, oh god, someone's put a top boost in it. One of the other tech places in Sydney. They've done a reasonably good job of it. I probably would have used some thinner wire though. So yeah, it's got the voltage selector on there, fuse, pilot. and initially had a quick look. I'll just get some blocks, hang on. That'll do. Serial number 10476 for anyone that wants to make a fake. Yeah. Right, so we've got a aftermarket top boost module. Just correct the exposure there for a minute. So that's been made on a piece of it looks like stainless actually. Yes, a bit of stainless, and then they've got a bit of Formica on there that's been routed with CNC, and that's it. It's got Lelon caps, so that's probably early J car. It's got metal film resistors, box caps, and a tag strip there. All the wiring starting to fray, like it's been moved around a bit. There's your usual melted wires from the soldering iron from someone else, and you've got a couple of radial caps, silicon to the chassis there. Is that silicon? I think that's hot melt glue. It's got some mains wiring which is done correctly, so that's not a big issue. It's just a lot of wires that just look like they've been displaced a bit, and silver mica cap down there, which is the generic SM branded. I don't know. This original film cap's broken off right at the stem, so it's got to get replaced. There's some melted box caps from the soldering iron barrel, which should probably be sorted out. I think they might even be original. Got a couple of dog bone caps down there from the factory. This area is always sketchy down here on the trim control, on the speed switch. The resistors going to the ground bus are just, everything's just a bit messy and could be cleaned up pretty well. I'm not going to go reinventing the wheel here, but there's just a lot of stuff that could just be cleaned up. I'll stick that back there for a minute. Sorry, the giants are walking around upstairs again. In the power section, you sent me a schematic. Thanks, mate. Did you ever figure out the removal of the shell? Removal of the shell. Oh, that's the Sir little recording thingy. That's so cute, that thing. Warms the cockles of my heart. There's actually one for sale here for, oh, I can't remember how much, but it wasn't ridiculous. I thought, oh, cool. If you were building a Fender style amp from scratch, would you bother to use CC resistors anywhere? Look, personally, I'd only use them in the phase inverter plate loads. That's probably the only spot I'd use them. But Lyle and probably everyone else will have differing opinions. I like a quiet amp, don't like hiss. It's not my thing. yeah, it can't be denied that there are non-linearities when it's used in the application of a plate load with high voltage swing on it, so signal swing. So that's probably the best spot to use it, and probably the only one where I could see any advantage. Bueller, best parts source for onesies and twosies. What parts, Jerry? Anything, you got to be specific there. I hate to tell you, because there's no one distributor that sells everything we need. Man, you're getting some good deals, man. I don't know where you are either, Jerry. So you say it's Jerry London, but are you here in America? The shell was on the Sir. Yeah, really good little amp. I like the idea of those tiny little things, but it's a lot of money to put in for a couple of watts. I'd want to see 15 watts at least. Sir makes good stuff. Yeah, Sir is like, I don't even know what they are. They're just, everything's just so carefully thought out. I don't know how he's got time to be on top of stuff that much. He just must have the best team. You can make a gorilla amp sing, yeah. Second triode plate per stage and slope resistor. Second triode plate per stage. What's that mean? Second triode plate per stage. Still pretty subtle. Bought parts for this Vox I'm working on from Amplified Parts. Yeah, well, Amplified Parts, if I'm not mistaken, is just the retail outlet of CE distribution. So if you've got any kind of swindling, you can convince them that you've got a legitimate business. Get a CE distribution account, because then you get discounts. You know, I won't tell anyone. We'll keep it between me and you, alright, Wes? I'm a business. So the caps are probably okay. The Jamicon, I don't know why there's paralleled caps across here. Were they trying to get the value right? That's another 10. What was the original? So there. Is that an attempt to address hum? Oh, 16 plus 16 microfarad. So they should be 32, yeah? 32. So instead of getting the right value, they've just paralleled some radials across that can cap. That's a bit shit. Just get the right part, champ. Come on, champ. You can do it, champ. Oh, God. I need blocks. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about here. They've got radials paralleled across a can cap to get the correct value, or closer to the correct value. So that'd be like 26, I think, originally. Oh, it should be dual 16. Okay, so they've added more. I wonder if that's to address another hum issue somewhere else. Because often some techs will just throw more capacitance at it when it's actually a ground loop or a heater balance or something like that. Anyway, I think I'm going to have to frown at that one for some time and come up with a game plan. He's a good customer. He just told me the other day, just take your time with it. You don't need it tomorrow. So that's good. That's good, because I want to do it properly. So I'll see. The name of the game is Reliability. This guy is not a collector, as you can see. It's already been modified to suit the practicalities of a studio, but he just wants it to be reliable and no quirks, just solid. They're the customers I like, the practical use customers that actually use the thing for real work. You know what, I've changed my mind. I'm going to do the Marshall head first because I don't feel like wrestling a combo on the bench. So let's do the head, we'll have a listen, and then we'll go from there. Oh, that's good. I'll put the interface up on its side. You know what, I'll put it over here. Put it over there. Put this over here. Yeah, more room. More room for activities. Now I'm going to be honest with you, I've already fired this up just to establish it's not going to go on fire. Because it is a JCM 2000 and they do like to go on fire. 16 ohm, yeah. Matthew Power! Come on! See you, Dustin. You share some secrets. Ooh, I like your secrets, Lyle. They make me sound like I know what I'm talking about. What? Oh, that was confusing. The cap on the reverb knobs come off. They always come off on these things. Got to glue them back on. The glue they use from the factory is shit. A bit of silicone in there, it does the job. Alrighty then, 12 o'clock for everything. Set reverb and master. Clean crunch, go clean, and lead one. Channel switching's working. Turn deep off. I'll give you the test speaker again, hang on. Here we go. Alright, let's go for it. Alright, so we've got a problem in the preamp. Noticed I plugged in the FX return there, and it sounded pretty good. So not filter caps, Wes. Stop assuming everything's filter caps. Leave that to the noob forums. So power amp's okay, it actually sounds pretty healthy. Brad here in Vegas, originally in London, UK. Well, there you go. That's where the name comes from. Unfortunately, I just need a cap here, a resistor there. Just no electronics parts stores local anymore. Yeah. Probably Tube Depot there is your best option, or CE Distribution. You got a cop the shipping, but pass that on to the customer unless you're doing your own stuff. Sounds like a JCM 2000. Yes, it does. Not from the preamp though. So that preamp's really choked, struggling. Clean channels really distorted. Could just be a valve. Do the easiest thing first, of course, and just swap a valve out or two. I've already looked at the board, and this is an issue 20, which was either previously replaced by another tech, or I doubt it would have come from the factory. I don't think any of them came from the factory with that. It's a weird little cover. It's got a VHT 12AX7. So let's get a known good. We've got a... I had a tube. Oh, there it is. Tiding. Got a tube amp Doctor 12AX7 WAR. Ugh. Don't use that term at the moment. Yeah. Arizona. Where's Arizona in relation to Vegas? I can't remember. Alright, let's try swapping out V1. Just look at the lead orientation as we remove it so we know how to put the other one in. Hello, Brad speaking. Hey mate, how you doing? Yeah, mate. Sorry, legends. Just catch up with the old chat. Oh god, a lot of chat. I should leave you guys alone more often. The chat gets more lively. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Right, so I don't see how people live in Phoenix. My face begins to flake off the second day I'm there, like I'm living in a dryer. Las Vegas to Arizona, South to Vegas, City Line to 13. See you, Alan. It only takes me 15 minutes to drive to CED. You get used to it. Yeah, you get used to any weather, eh? I like the humidity and the heat. I like the coastal hot winds, humid as shit from North Queensland. Tropical. I love tropical weather. Storms every arvo. I fucking love it. The gas station in Mesa Grande has the best burrito of your life. You never know, eh? All it takes is a passionate chef. Doesn't matter where it is. We're working on a Marshall. What's wrong with it? Well, you weren't watching, Steve, so rewind. Well, the consensus seems to be Tube Depot. Yeah, look at Tube Depot. I've personally never ordered anything from them because I'm in Australia. But yeah, they look like a good retail outlet. Lived in Cayenne. Is that how you say it? Cayenne. For a couple of years. Took me 6 months to get used to the dry. Stopped by KC to visit a friend. Felt like I was in a steam bath. Thanks everyone's suggestions. Yeah, bad blocking distortion in the pre is wisely rolling preamp tubes. Yeah, well if I get to it. We used to have a big Fry's Electronics. I've heard of them. Fry's Electronics. Yeah. So they went down with COVID today. You can tell I'm in Australia, the video's upside down. Well, is it though? Because this is how I looked at the other thing is I looked at my old videos and they used to look like that. And it twigged me out whenever I'm doing something and I go, I want to go, oh shit, no, I want to go over there. So, and it made sense, like down in the bottom corner here, you can see my laptop. So it made sense to flip the video 180 degrees, the laptop's hidden behind the webcam screen and everything's as I see it, and that way it's not crutch cam as well. So let's do that, and that's how I like it. The resistor video was great. Am I going to do one for capacitors or diodes? Yes I am, and it's going to be explosive and it's going to be fun and I'm probably going to be a bit drunk, so look for that one when it comes out. I might use that 8 kilovolt transformer in the process. I was going to blow them up with my welder, reverse polarity with my TIG welder, because that would provide current to make shit go really, really spectacularly. How do you accurately measure picofarads of caps? Yeah, you can get LCRs that go that low. You've got to keep the leads short. LCR does PF. My Fluke goes down to 0.01 of a nano. Yeah, that's 10 pico, is it? I always get off the order of magnitudes. Off to work. See you, Clyde. And we're live again. There we go. So let's try V1. No, I just put it in. Fucking hell. That's what happens when a customer comes in. Your brain stops working. Easiest thing first. Let's try that out. Let's try that on for size. I suppose I'll give you some guitar. Nah, screw it. You can get signal generator. Because I hate you. No, we'll go guitar. Can't do that to you. So I just had a customer tell me that my hourly rate's too high. Bye. He's upset because he at any given day this happens to like 4 or 5 people. One of the customers is upset that he spent $500 with another tech to essentially replace 2 resistors in a hot rod deluxe. 2 resistors, $500, yeah, really? So now it's like they're trying to make me take a hit for the previous tech being a fucking scumbag. How is it anything to do with me? So I just said that's nothing to do with me. Sorry, it's out of my control. It doesn't change what needs to happen now. It's nothing to do with me what the previous tech charged. Sorry. But fuckers like that give us all a bad name, and it pisses me off, and I really want to call them out, but there's this sort of general agreement online that you don't call out other techs for some fucking reason, even if they're swindling fucks, scam artists. You can show the work and how fucked it is, and how just to the most casual observer clearly that work is fucked, but you're not allowed to say their name because you've got to protect their identity so they can continue scamming people forever. That's fucked, man. Like, it should be reported to the ACCC. Anyway, that makes me angry. And there's fuckers on YouTube doing the same thing, and you're not allowed to say their name because that's calling them out. Well, I don't really give a fuck, eh? Can't call someone out for being a scam artist. That would be immoral. Duh. And it's still fucked. Alright, V1's okay. Or it might be okay. Single-handed change in the dark. Oh, silver chair's on. Ooh. Did you see that glow bright then? What was that all about? Is that a slow... one of those tubes that flashes when you first fire them up, like quick start, whatever they call them. Alright, we'll try it with V2. Still fucked. A tech yelled at you for changing your knobs from black to white. Well, clearly that fucker's got some mental issues, eh? You don't yell at anyone for anything. I can't remember the last time I yelled at a human. Don't think I ever have, because what's that going to achieve? Honestly, does yelling at anyone ever achieve anything? It just makes them more staunch in their stupid fucking actions, doesn't it? Call him out, YBA. Who was it? Fuck him. If you want to be a fucking prick like that, you can get called out. Still fucked. Alright. There goes the guitar. This is getting interesting. Is it the PI? Pop. It's the only Chinese one. Generally these ones have been pretty reliable though. They're just generic China ones. I don't know where they come from. Alright, PI. Oh, he's named him. Oh no. I'm gonna get letters. Who gives a fuck? That's another reason why we can delete the streams in 2 weeks. Some busybody fuck will go, oh, they fucking called you out for yelling in your face. Alright, no preamp valves, fixed it. Ah, it's never something easy in Brad's Guitar Garage. It was okay through the loop. Yeah, it was. I know. Oh, hang on, the loop comes in before the PI, yeah, I gotcha. Sorry. Duh. It was okay through the loop, and the loop return comes in before the PI, obviously, because you're not returning to just one valve. So, yeah, nothing's that simple around here. Let's just monitor the power when we turn it out, just so we know roughly where the bias is at. So, 136 watts. Tungsten heater filament instead of nichrome. Hey, right. Huh. 66 watts in standby. Turn her off. Oh, something fell out. Oh, that's the knob cap. You're a knob cap. It's going to be pretty hot here today. It's going back to summer weather, which we haven't had for 3 years. 36 odd degrees, 100% humidity, and severe storms. Just fucking what I love. Love it. Makes me want to leave the workshop and go and walk around the river. Do I have a tube tester? No, I do not. I want to get a maxi matcher, but the more I think about it, every tube tester's got shortcomings. They've all got certain purposes, whereas nothing really does everything at once. So I kind of want to build one that does everything. Absolute, like calibrated power supply, regulated, sorry. Well, regulated and calibrated. So you can turn it on one day and turn it on the next day, take absolute measurements instead of comparative measurements to match pairs and quads. And also curve tracer built in, which would be cool, and be able to save that stuff to a file on my computer. But essentially I really want a curve tracer, and I really want a FET tester, matcher rig, but that's the FETs ones. The FETs are where it gets complex. So the curve tracers pulse them for a fraction of a second, like probably not microseconds, more like milliseconds. They'll pulse the junction so it doesn't heat up, doesn't have significant time to heat up. The other option is you can have a long-term testing rig which just has a very high thermal capacity heatsink and has the FETs mounted right near each other, so they're all at the same temp, because as soon as you got a difference in temperature, your matching goes out the window. So the curve trace is probably the best move, but most expensive, whereas the long-term testing rig will work, but it needs a lot of engineering impracticalities to be overcome in order to make it accurate. Amps do make really good tube testers, and up until now that's what I use. But sometimes someone comes in with a shit ton of them, they want them tested. I just tell them no. But it seems to be a mark of a good tech if you've got a pretty tube tester that's from 1953 somewhere in the shop in eye shot of the customers, whereas they really don't tell you much of fuck all. Not many of them actually run the valves up to 450, 500 volts, 495 like an actual amp does. They test them like 200 volts, and that tells you fuck all. They don't test them anywhere near what an amp does. The amp is sort of the trial by fire, isn't it? So you could have a set of valves that test good all day, every day in your valve tester, and you put them in a Music Man that puts 800 volts on the plates and she flashes over. So what good is the test? Fuck all. I have two, both need restoration. What, curve tracers or tube testers? Or something else. The valves look like they've gotten pretty warm. There's some spillage on one of them, and it looks like some metallization within the envelope on another. However, that there spillage, someone's spilt something in the vent and it's just run down the valve and probably made it to the socket by the looks of it. So let's have a look at that. Oh, just got lucky. As you can see there, it just didn't make it to the pins. So that's lucky. That would have caused chaos and woe and destruction. Yeah, so it's just given it a rim job. 2 old defunct tube testers. Well, you're going to refunk them. They do look cool. I mean, I'm as much of a sucker for Bakelite knobs as anyone. Let's take the valves out. Let's just assume that we're going to have to do that. So as I said, this is the issue 20 board. Oh, that's interesting. I think someone got the reverb cables right at the tank end, but I think they got them wrong at the other end. Just a visual inspection. AI is watching you. It's right there. So does that mean this board was laid out by artificial intelligence? I'm not sure which is worse, AI or Marshall engineers. So this is the issue 20 board. It's been replaced by someone that wasn't aware of all the things that I do to make them more reliable. So the bridge rack's mounted hard against the board. You know, the caps are still wobbly. Wobbly McWobbleson. No burning or charring though, so that's promising. One thing I probably want to do is just check that the wires are all put in correctly, because these are a bit of a pain in the ass to connect and disconnect. Well, alright, let's dig in. Let's put the valves back in. Once we'll just check, just clean those sockets a bit. Looks like the preamp ones are okay. Just want to get this residue off. Bloody rivets. Whose idea was that? Cheaper and more reliable than real idiots. That's AI for you. They're more reliably idiotic. They don't have moments of, you know, brilliance like humans occasionally do. It's just more consistent. There's a free DIY tester at my local drugstore. Yeah, they did fuck all. I don't think they're even emissions testers. Like, some of them were like, is the heater intact? Yes. Good. It's like, well, the heater's almost, I reckon I've seen failed heaters twice, like on 2 different valves in my whole career, if you call this a career. It's almost like when it happens you're like, fuck, well, how about that? It's like Halley's Comet. The writing's gone pretty black on these, and that's probably these might have been the valves that were in there with the previous board. And looking at the power draw, that The bike's pretty warm, but not ridiculous. So yeah, I've cut off all repairs till March. But what happened? I've got to do this better. Like, customers always find a loophole in your philosophies. So I'll say, I've got too much work. I can't fit any more in the storeroom. People are ringing me every day chasing up jobs. I don't know when the fuck parts are going to turn up. It's just like, I could work 24 hours a day for a month and still be way behind, right? And then someone brings in an amp. So sorry, we're not taking any more amps until March. They go, oh, but you said last year that I could bring it around after the 16th. I said, yeah, but now it's the 24th. 16th was last Monday. All week I got about 50 amps and 50 guitars, right? How am I going to do them? Oh, but you said. I know I said, but things have changed. So I've got to cut it off at some point. I've got to say, I should have said back in friggin' November, December last year, when I said no more jobs until the new year, I should have said jobs being taken in only for the week of 16th, the week starting on the 16th until March. Like, it's like you got to predict the future. I didn't know how many amps were going to come in, so yeah. Now another amp's added to the queue that shouldn't have. Now someone will probably watch this video and go, "Oh, but you took his amp in, so you should take my amp in." It's like, well, no, that means I'll have less of a chance to look at your one now, not more. If you're vaguely useful, your life is going to suck. Pretty much comes down to that. If you're useless, you'll get promoted and you'll have a cushy life. If you're useful, people are always going to try and jam more work down your throat than you can handle, and then get upset at you when you don't handle it. Transformer's loose, that's nice. Alrighty, it's scope time. That's the beep of scopeness that you just heard. Now I'm going to set, I don't want to hear a fucking tone blasting at me, so I'm going to put the dummy load in, which is set for 4 ohms. We'll go to 4, just save reconfiguring the loads. You don't want to reconfigure your load. So the other thing, let's just test another thing that a lot of previous techs aren't aware of. And they charge you fucking $500 to change 2 resistors. Yeah, so we've got the 16 ohm jack, and it's normaled, but you're sending all that current through a fucking tiny little contact on a jack. So they should have put a jumper across that, because it's not an oversight, it's an error by Marshall that could cost you an output transformer and possibly more. So yeah, that's not good. We'll pull that board out and put a jumper over that before the amp goes back, but in the meantime we've checked it's making contact. We should be right. If anything weird happens, we'll hit the big red button. Signal Jenny. G'day Jenny. Let's go 1 kilohertz because you guys aren't hearing it. Power on. Set it to dual trace. Set the speaker trace to the bottom. Check ground reference, yes. Set the other trace, the tracing trace, the probing trace to the top trace. How you going, Trace? How you going, Jenny? God, it's like, it's D-Lab's level of humour. Sounds like tinnitus because you've got a Tektronix 2236 directly next to the microphone. And if you've got an analog scope, you'll know that a lot of them give a high frequency whine. What I can do is put a filter on it. We'll get a bit fancy. Want to be fancy? Properties, filters. Let's put a filter in. Effect filters. Audio what? Audio video filters. Let's put a, what do we got? What do we got at our disposal? 3-band equalizer. High. It won't let me change the frequency. What does that sound like now? Probably sounds like nothing. No, I'm playing, Lyle. You said it. Now we've got to play. There's no high low pass filter. Oh, hang on, VST plugin. Okay. Please select plugin. So you can use VSTs. That's pretty cool. Bin that. Bin that. Jason, what are you bloody giving me money for, mate? I owe you money. If I'm taking requests for videos, oh, someone else gave me a super chat too. Who was that? I forgot to go back and look. Darren, £5. Thanks for the stream. No worries, mate. Any old time. Well, not any time. Like, I'm not going to stream while I'm lying in bed or, you know, doing a poo. But I'm trying to do some more interesting streams that aren't ant related and punish you with them. So I'm looking at streaming bike rides, like, and bushwalking more. Thanks, Jace, you bloody legend. I owe you a beer now. What beer do you drink, Jace? Do you get into whiskies? Alright, so are we at a level we want? We're at about a level that we want, yes. So we'll trigger by channel 2. Trigger by channel 2. Sorry, channel 1. That's the speaker outlet. No, that's stupid because we're not getting signal. Trigger from channel 1. It's a bit noisy. Getting interference from the lighting, I believe. Alright, let's start tracing some shot. Alright, everything's 12 o'clock. We're in the dummy load. Yep, we're showing the horrible distortion. It's just something's massively in cut off. So first I'll probe some voltages before we go too crazy with the scope. Jetty Road Pale Ale. No, I haven't tried that one. Jetty Road, is that the brewing company? You guys probably have different stuff down there, because a lot of it's very localised now, isn't it? I'll just turn that off standby for a minute while I'm finding my alligator clip. My alligator. Mornington Peninsula, yeah. Is that where, was it Sorrento is? No. Sorrento's that, like, narrow road with water either side of it, and real estate costs like $1 billion, doesn't it? So, do we want to take bets on what we think it'll be? Yeah, he's in Melbourne, I'm in Sydney. So down there it's Pots and Pines, up here it's Skewies. Skewies and Middies. Sorrento, yeah. I went there with Michelle. Fuck, it's probably a while back now. Yeah, I think that was just my birthday or something. It's a cool place. Pretty gentrified now though, like shops that sell, you know, seashells for like $12, that kind of shit. I remember on that trip I just bought my Arturia Mini Brute. So it's a little analog synthesizer. I took it with me everywhere because Michelle sleeps in till like, I don't know, 10 o'clock on holidays, and I'm just bored from 6 AM till 10, so I just sat there just playing with the synthesizer. I won't second guess you on your video. Why not? That's what I'm here for. I'll take a second guess from you any day, Lyle. Chances are I've earned it. Alright, let's mention some voltages. Some voltage. Alright, we've got plate. On V1. 238. 178. 220. 268. These seem high. 426. And we've got nothing on V3B plate. Rightio. No supply to V3B plate. Let's see what happens when we get the signal, see if it breaks through. No, it does not. Alright, so what's V3B? More memory is shit, so if I ask Lyle a Memphis question, you know all this shit and you have your methods. Yeah, but they're probably wrong, Lyle. Help! I'm betting it's a wiring problem with that replacement board. Alright, let's look at the schematic. No guesswork. It's probably the output transformer. That's what they say on the forums. It's probably your transformer. I think it's your transformer. You need to change all the coupling caps. Marshall. Oh, we've got to think up a nickname for Marshall. We've got Messy Boogers. JCM 2000 DSL. Schematics. Ooh, is that right? DSL 100, yep. That's the issue 20 board, but from memory the schematics are about the same. Go the highest one, issue 7, and that is board JCM 2-60-00. I got a feeling I already downloaded these, but anyway, we'll try again. Bing, bing, bing. V3. B3 plate is supplied by R1. R1, really? Yeah, there it is. So let's check the voltage on either side of R1. This is still, it sounds weird from, yeah, you should be able to hear noise. I'm plugged into a load though. I'm not doing it the most efficient way, Lyle, that would be cheating. 1.1 volts on one side and 425 volts on the other. So we've got a fucked R1. A fucked R1. Don't need to do all that, Lyle, we already know. R1's fucked. So let's replace R1. So how do we get to R1? Well, we've got to drop the board out, don't we? Yay! Do I give this one a quote first, or do I shoot ahead? I think I shoot ahead. We've just got to do that. We've got to do the output jack jumper, and we're pretty well done. Alright, so R1's 100k. I'll just check our voltages are draining. Like they should be. We're down to 3 volts. Can't get in there. A little ridge on my multimeter. It's getting in the way. 2.9 volt. 2.9 volt and standby is still on. I got my way. Yeah, voltage is first. Fuck listening. If you can't, if you don't have the voltage, I know listening you don't even have to check the voltage, but listening is subjective. So if people are watching this and they're like, oh, I should listen, but hang on, what am I listening for? What volume is correct? With a voltage measurement, we've just shown definitively that there's nothing passing R1, so that's good. There's also something about floods. What? Hang on, let me go back. What measure the plate? But yeah. But what Lyle's referring to there is when you put your meter on a plate, you hear a pop and click, and maybe some more hum. That's from your meter. Hopefully not heaps of hum because you're oscillating then. But if you go back to a certain point and then you don't hear it, well, whatever the stage after that was is where the problem is, or possibly that stage. So you just narrowed it down just by touching things with the multimeter probe, not the fucking finger, right? I had a Marshall JVM where the bias would creep up and up over time until it would blow the HT fuse drilled out around the grid pins, and it ran cool ever since. Okay, but think about what's occurred there. The board's become conductive. I didn't know this was a thing on the JVMs. Are you sure you didn't mean a JCM? Because C and V are next to each other on the keyboard. The JCM is the JCM 2000 is the one that's a massive issue on. As far as I know, there's not many others that affects. So the board will continue to become conductive until the whole board's conductive. Then you'll get things as trivial as heater voltage leaking to a signal line, even if you don't have straight up runaway of the board. So replacing the board's the only long-term option. My way gives sound and a reading. Yeah, well, it gives both. Yeah, true. I notice how close warehouse speakers are to Memphis. Man, I fucking wish I lived next door to that place. I'd buy everything they own. Warehouse speakers, I can't get enough of them. They're fantastic. If my buddy moves to Memphis, he'll definitely be a customer to Psionic. He's got a tiny studio with a few... Whoa! Psionic's here as well. Holy fuck! Lyle's multiple personalities kicking off. Hey Psionic, I hear Lyle Caldwell's been talking shit about you. Hey Lyle, I hear Psionic said you're a hack. So is it still bloody frozen over there in the States? Have you had another ice storm yet, Lyle? Changed from iPad to the phone. There you go. It was JVM 410. Wow. I didn't know any of them had conductive board issues, so you learn something every day. Here's us assuming Marshall sorted their problems out. Silly us. Yeah, the Kyle guy. He's a fuckwit, eh? Let's see if we can work on this board without removing all the wires. Usually get those in Feb. Oh, I hate the cold, man. I don't know how you put up with it, eh? What kind of heating have you guys got over there? Do you just have like air conditioning units, or like, because they're heat pumps, how do they work when it's that cold outside? Because the condenser unit's on the outside of the house. So how can it transfer coolth to the outside when it's already super cold? I think I'm getting a bit optimistic here. Can we work on this without removing it? Well, you know what I can do, actually. No, I can't. The screws are on the other side. I'm trying to reduce the labour on this one, which means I'll increase the labour on this one. It's really cold here in LA too. Cold in LA, 40 degrees and 40 mile an hour winds. Ugh. Gross. So those caps are in the way. That wire's pulling. The purple wire and the transformer connections. I think we can do this, champions. I think all I got to do is remove the transformer connections. I should have done this before removing the screws, but anyway. Let's take a photo. Foolproof. Oh, video, you stupid thing. I must have so many 1 second videos that just have me going, oh, fucking video. Because you try to take a photo and you forget you set it to video, and you take a 1 second video before you realise that you set to video, not photo. Hunky dory. Remove that one too, that was pulling a bit taut. W7's purple, W6 is pink. Remember that for me, legends. So now we've got a bit more clearance. I think we can work with that. So let's work with that. Alright, now I've got to hope that these leads, they're not very large diameter, but if you get too keen and pull them out, you might take the through hole plating with it. Let's remove the bottom cover, eh? Let's do it properly. Can I get the screws in there? I can get to those screws. There's no screws in the output section, and I can get to those screws through the chassis. So let's do that. Let's take our time and do it right. Clunk. Just pop 4 of these screws back in. And these chassis get so manky, eh? Whatever plating they used on it, they could have gone a bit thicker. Let's just put 2 screws back in. Alright, we'll take out screws we can access from here. No, let's put 4 screws back in. It's flexing too much. Mad flex. Weird flex, bro. It's just about time for the air conditioning here too. I'd sweat my ass off, I don't mind, but when customers come in I like it to be a somewhat welcoming environment for their $12 they want to spend on a capo. Alrighty then. You don't have to take these screws all the way out, actually. That's a good point. You just have to wind them back about a quarter of an inch. I'm about to have to do this on a DSL100 here because of the factory backwards crap. Oh fuck yeah, what cap was that again? Yeah, that was C36 and 37, wasn't it? And one of them, they were right next to each other and one was back to front, wasn't it? Oh my god, like, could they get any worse? People go, what do you think of Marshalls? I'm like, well, I don't know, they used to be great. A long time ago in a galaxy far away. Alright, loosen it off this side. Now, loosen off the valve socket screws. Why is Grumpy Amp Tech so grumpy part 2? Yeah, Lee's all over it. He knows the video history. Fan number 1. I was going to do a couple of comedy skits for the channel too, just because it's my channel and I do what I want. You guys seem to like my sense of humour, so I thought, oh, drop the screw in there. So I thought you might appreciate that. I'll probably get like 12 views, but anyway. I'm not about the views here, buddy. My Screaming Tree pedal got rusty like that. Ah, Screaming Trees. That was a band. I remember a local bar here that was run by a bikie club. It used to overlook your underage drinking there. So I go there with my brother who was 5 years my senior, and he'd shout me beers. Sorry mum, sorry dad, if you're still watching. But they had the Screaming Trees on the jukebox. Whatever their biggest album was, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But yeah, we just played Screaming Trees, and Stone Temple Pilots' Core was on there. So Core, Alice in Chains' Facelift was on the fucking jukebox. Ah, it was heaven. Drinking Gentleman Jack underage, trying to act tough, playing pool. Love Screaming Trees. Grunge in general. But yeah, I'm unaware of a Screaming Tree pedal. Sweet Oblivion, that's it, yeah. Ah, heroin. I saw a video on YouTube about, like someone processed a video of just someone walking around as a simulation of what it's like to take acid. And I thought, ah, yeah, sure. But then I looked at the comments and everyone's like, it's scary how accurate this is. Oh my god, how'd you get it just like the same? Oh, the bass player just died from, from Screaming Trees. Ah, man, I was having a good day before you said that. Yeah, it was an interesting video showing the visual effects of LSD. I've never had it, but... Oh, Dad's still here. Dad and Mum, I guess. Sorry, every time I do a live stream I feel like I'm robbing you of your morning. Alright, let's see if we can get to both sides of that board now. Still feels like something's holding on. I think it's just those valve sockets. Yep, it was just that valve socket with a shmoo on it. It was a bit tighter than the others. Alright, access to both sides, access all areas. Yeah, well, I'm glad I did that, because looking at the component leads, they're folded right over at 90 degrees as they exit the hole, so if you try and pull them out from the top, you're just going to destroy through-hole plating, and that's other tech's job, not mine. It's my job to fix when other techs do that, not my job to do that. Alright, paste is hot, ready to rock. Let's snip some leads, then remove their remnants. R1. So the resistor we're changing is a plate load for the cathode follower, and it is right there. Oh, right there. There. Yeah, that sucks, YVA. And it's only the good guys that die. The shitheads hang around forever. It's fucked. R1, goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. It's just for funsies, let's test its resistance. OC. OL. Closest thing I've ever seen to an acid trip while not stoned was a scene from Zappa's 200 Motels movie. Good un, you got into the LSD back in the day, did you? I didn't think you'd be the type, mate. Although sometimes it's the most technical people that are most open to it. So yeah, cleaning the crusty shmoo, whatever that is, off the valve socket. Get 100k metal film. Oh, I just punched myself in the nuts by accident. Oops. Right, got some Yagios here. They look like quarter watts, but they're 1 watt, believe it or not. What? They're one of the ones, actually, the 100 ohm version is one of the ones I blew up in the resistor video. Hope you've enjoyed that. Who doesn't love a bit of destruction of components? Alright, a bit of fresh solder on there. Let's zoom in like the old days. Oh, someone's coming. Yeah, I know we're muted.
So, okay, so...
Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Steve Abigail from... Oh, who did you say? CMC Music.
CMC, yeah.
Ernie Ball, Mark
Yeah,
Bass.
there we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, he's trying to sell me shit again.
Yeah. Well, you paid your last bill, so it's time to fill it up again.
Well, just don't talk to the other suppliers.
So, somebody interrupt. I'll let you get on with it. You don't need me on the TV screen.
Oh, all right.
So what's in here anyway? This is
a
a rebuild?
JCM 2000. It's only got one failed component so far, I think. So we're gonna.
But it's rusted so much.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that, how thin the plating is.
Yeah.
And they all go rusty. And you see a JCM 800 that's like from 78, and it's not that. Or,
I've got Marshalls from the 70s, and I don't have any.
They went real thin on the plating. As you can see, it looks the same.
Did they do it in-house, or would they go out? Do you know if they did their pressing or metal work?
I don't know if they did the processing of that, because often it's a very toxic process, so they'd outsource it. There used to be, hexavalent chromium used to be the plating.
Yeah, all right.
And you remember...
is that the whole thing dipped in a...
Yeah, it's electroplating.
Oh, okay.
But the chemicals they use are they give you liver cancer and stuff. Remember Aaron Brockovich?
That's right, that's the whole thing of the stuff. Yeah.
That was the process that they were doing. They were plating it with zinc chromate. But since they've gone to that was like 60s, right? And since then they've gone to a more passive process. They call it passivation. But yeah, it does look cool, but it's got to be a thick coating on this shit.
Is that on a similar dipping process? I can remember people spray painting trusses for lighting. Yep. Metal, so the paint would stick to it. Yeah, so you have less spray around.
That's powder coating.
Yeah, that's powder coating.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So that's electrically charged. The guns.
So it makes it and it draws it onto.
The gun charges the paint particles as they exit the gun.
Okay.
It just blasts them out with like compressed air.
Right.
It's like a dust, and then the other terminal is connected to the workpiece, and then it all gets attracted to it, and it sticks to it. And then they put it through an oven where it's basically plastic powder, and it melts all the powder together. Okay. You know, there's more than just that. There's primers and stuff to make it stick to the metal.
You don't have a problem with you working on this stuff if you're grinding up. Because you're not cutting into it or grinding.
No,
you're not ingesting anything.
This stuff's fine. The bad stuff was back in the 60s, pre-60s.
That's all pretty rotten gone.
It's
not now.
It's meh.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Stop asking questions.
It's like old buildings with asbestos, people now.
Well, you used to get some Fender amps with asbestos on the back panel. So on the back of the modern amps, I think Lyle...
Well, they never like their customers anyway, do they? Yeah.
Lyle had one the other day. It's one of my colleagues from the States. Right. But here where they put just the alley as a heat shield, no one can see what I'm talking about.
Oh, shit, yeah.
You can see the alley they use as a heat shield on the modern amps. Back in the day, they used to use a big sheet of asbestos there.
As an insulator, though?
Yeah, as just to protect the back panel from the heat of the valves. And
well, everyone uses asbestos then.
Yeah, well, I think what they do these days is they water down some PVA glue and put it on a roller and just roll the PVA glue on it, and it just locks the fibres in. It doesn't hurt anything if you don't disturb it.
Well, that's how they know if it's not crushed or broken.
You don't snort shit.
Well, I don't.
Well, have you heard of the town Wittenham in WA? I think it is. Where it's the whole town's condemned, isn't it? Yeah,
it's all been smashed away now as well, isn't it? They haven't rotted.
Well, you walk down the road and there's blue asbestos just next to the road. It's just the fibres.
They're selling that stuff as snow for Christmas.
Yeah. Like the blue shit's bad. The white shit's not as bad. I forget the terminology behind it, but essentially the blue stuff snaps off and forms an ever small fibre each time it snaps. So
really,
yeah. So it just
do we need things in amplifiers today? I say probably valve tube amps. Are there things like with in anything that's got poisons inside the actual caps or anything like beryllium or any of that sort of thing? Does that sort of thing exist now?
There is.
Because people fiddle with their amps that shouldn't.
Not specific to valve amps, but there used to be beryllium-based heat transfer compound on semiconductor amps, so like on the heat sink.
Which of course gets hot.
Yeah, there's the selenium rectifiers in the old Tweed amps that were the bias supply rectifier. Right. They're bolted to the chassis. It's a little green square. Right. They are not so much bad by themselves, but when they fail, they stink and they emit a smoke that's toxic. Yeah. Okay. So you disconnect them, but just leave them in place for history's sake, because that's on the 50s
people want to keep them in there.
Yeah.
But if they're left there, they're not.
Just leave them.
They're fine.
Bypass them because it's not reliable.
So a lot of your amp work is bringing things back to a spec. Is it possible to do things now? Essentially, because if they're old, can you get components that were done in those years good or bad? I mean, is there a stickler for people wanting original, but is that still possible?
It is, to a point. Like, you can't be replacing the original caps with new old stock caps because they fail. It's like putting new old stock tyres on your car.
No,
and it's just
it
goes hard, right? And
it
won't perform. It'll look shit. It'll drive like shit. It's dangerous, and they will fail. So stuff like that degrades over time. You need to sort of replace it. There's guys that pull out the guts of the old capacitors and put them in the guts of the new.
So it looks the shell's out cover, so it looks like it's original. But I mean, is that
the old ones versus new ones are about half the size, so you can physically fit them.
You were saying things once you were putting something, I think on an M&R or something.
The cap's half the size. So to me, that's a little bit fraudulent. Like, they might be selling something on as fully original then.
That's an idea.
It's a bit morally...
It's possible too. I mean, I wouldn't know if you were doing the amp and it was all fixed. I just pay for the repair and I'm happy with it. But I'd be selling something again, so it's been serviced with the original parts.
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't know.
My preferred option is, well, I wouldn't gut a cap and...
Anyway, you have a list of what's done with the record, like car history service history, wouldn't you?
Return all the parts and make sure they're in a bag, and don't cut the leads if you can avoid it. Like, actually desolder them and leave the original lead length, that kind of stuff. So...
But there have been a lot of changes in amps now. Valve amps are made differently today than what valve amps were years ago because of safety regulations and various other things. And of course, that's going to have a change. You know,
there is the grandfather clause a bit that you're not expected to fully rebuild something to suit modern like approval process. Like you're going to sell it like Intertech or CE certification, that kind of thing. But you wouldn't get that anyway. But you make it safe. Things like the mains wiring wasn't as standardised back then, particularly on the States, because the States had the non-polarised plugs.
That's
you could plug them in either way, and they'd have the ground switch.
Well, of course, they could plug irons into these sockets in the wall. Movies, didn't they? I mean,
so stuff like that you have to make safe. Like, I literally won't take a job if they don't want me to change that. It's like, well, I'm not being liable. You can't really take it without doing that stuff. So that's a condition.
So you'd be under an obligation of that, because if someone put an amp in, and even things like the power thing isn't properly anchored in and whatever, before anything else, that has to at least be rendered safe.
It could burn their house down.
Because even though you did very little here, and whatever repair you did may have had nothing to do with that, it's not a good look when they take it back out and something happens. And it's just,
I've had one guy that was probably the biggest cockhead customer I've ever had. Story time, guys. And
don't sugarcoat it.
Well, he had the valve, the fuse holder on the back. Like, you know, they've got the little knob that you've got to undo, and it holds the fuse captive.
Yes.
Well, that had actually been smashed off by something, so it had 240 volts exposed on the rear panel. It just had, like, you could...
The panel was live?
Yeah. Well, the panel wasn't live. The fuse holder...
The connection... Oh, so if someone... It's
like one of these things. Where is one? Here we go.
Okay.
So, it was like the fuse holder, like that. The plastic had smashed off the back, and just the metal was exposed, and that had the full 240 volts on it. And he didn't want me to replace it because he said that's original. I don't want you replacing parts that when you don't have to, it works fine. I basically told him to go fuck himself.
Yeah. No, I can understand that. You got to be safe and nothing.
He was very rude about it too. So he was the one that almost got dragged out by his neck. He's the only customer I've ever had.
Not necessarily just a difference of opinion, it's just that he thinks
he's just getting really rude about it and just saying I didn't know what I'm talking about. So how about you just go somewhere else?
We'll agree, disagree. See ya.
Yeah, but you never forget their names, so you see their name in the future, you're like, no, you can fuck off. And they always seem to have a unique name too, these cockheads. They're not
it's not John Smith.
They're not just a John Smith. It's always some fucked up name. So
Tarquin Dalrymple or something. He's a friend of mine.
They're very easy to remember. It seems to be a tradition.
So you're snowed under here, mate. Looking at all this. This is not even looking at the guitar repair.
Pretty much,
I'm looking at amps and stuff in here.
So today it's just sort of diagnosis, and if I can repair it within a reasonable frame that's not, exceeding a normal service of a amp, then I'll just go ahead with it.
Well, what we spoke about earlier was when I came in about were those amps all blown or they have a feature, and as you said, mostly you get those jobs. You don't get people that amps are working just as a general checkup like in a car. No. You should wait until something to go bang.
It's very rare that people will do preventative maintenance to an amp. 9 times out of 10 they bring it in when either smoke's come out of it or it's stopped passing signal completely.
After the third gig and third lot of smoke.
Well, I've had quite a few customers that bring in amps and say, oh yeah, it was doing weird stuff for the last 5 or 6 gigs, but
it was still playing, but you know, crackle and all of this. I'm like, oh my god.
So the $100 job becomes 400.
Yeah, it's just like you probably should have bought it in then, man. But if you've only got 1 amp, like a lot of these guys say, I've only got 1 amp. It's like, well, hang on, you're a working musician.
Sure,
like,
you got
are you getting
guitars?
paid? Are you getting paid for these gigs?
Yeah.
Well, these are your tools.
Yeah.
If you hired a carpenter and he came to your house with an M.Zuiko and a Ryobi drill, you'd be like, whoa, hang on.
Yeah.
No offense to Lyle, he uses Ryobi.
The home handyman is a bit different to the.
Yeah, that's right.
You've been doing, I noticed, a lot of Australian amplifiers.
Yeah,
I've seen Emanars and Strauss, and sort of Vardis there now.
A big flurry of them coming in, actually.
It's good to see them out and about. Are they worth fixing in the main, some of them?
In my opinion, definitely yes, because they were the last couple of amps were solid workhorse amps once we sorted them out. And just like we were talking about, they only bring amps in when they fail.
Yeah.
Those amps have been working since they were built, and they were very little modification, if any, repairs, and they were still battling on up until recently, and that's when we had to bite the bullet and do the major work.
Some probably still had old tubes.
Yeah, well, they did. The Mullards that ran them were still functioning in the Panther. We did end up changing them. We did end up changing them anyway, because I don't think they were the valves that the amp was designed for. We went with 6V6s instead, and that biased to the correct point, whereas the power supply was falling over. It was trying to bias the 6L6s, but if you watched the bloody video, you would have known, mate.
Got work to do at home.
Oh, yeah, so do I. Instead of making videos. But anyway.
Alright. Well, I'm going to exit out of the screen.
Yeah, no worries.
Keep watching, everyone.
Take it easy, champs. I'll just mute you for a sec. Hang on. And we're back. I'm back in a tick. Oh, gotta get rid of the message. Yeah. Not going for a chigger. What's a chigger? Oh, is anyone still here? 36 viewers. Sorry about that, legends. It's the cost of having a publicly accessible shop. It's alright. Steve's one of my reps. He sells me things. It's good having a rep that actually cares. Some of my suppliers, I have a rep, you have a warranty return, and they go, oh, I talked to this guy, and it's another company who's a service centre. It's like, no, I bought it off you, you fucking take it, stick it up your ass, and drive it over to the fucking service guy yourself. Don't have me sending emails to your service guy. So yeah, anyway, those guys aren't like that. That's another supplier. And I'm thinking about fucking them off permanently as a result. Because they're all, you know, oh, we can get you a good deal on this and this and this. I'm like, hang on. Okay, what happens when one turns up dead? Oh, we'll take it back. It's like, yeah, but will you though? So how about I just order them from the States and you get fucked? But those guys are good. If I have a problem, he picks it up, takes it back personally. That's how it should be. It's nice. Right, so that's got some very corroded contacts on the bias sense thingy with the stuff and the things. But who uses that anyway? We don't measure cathode current here. That's for plebs. I'll give it a clean anyway because it just looks manky. If we get a wicked storm today, I'm just going to shut shop and go for a walk. I love walking in storms. Alright, I think that should have sorted it. Let's get it into a position where we can power it up. It's not trivial. Should we replace the rivets? No, fuck that. Let's just clean off that schmoo. You can hear the cicadas starting to go off. We haven't had them for a few years because of the fires and drought. A couple of years of rain and the cicadas have come back. That's good. Just getting worried about them there for a bit. So before we put this board back in, let's put it up like that. Now we can access the bottom of this board. We don't have to remove it. How's that? So I'll show you what I'm talking about with that link. I love walking in the store. Do you also wash your car in the rain? Yes, I do. We haven't had rain that strong in a while though, but I remember once when I was living in an apartment complex about 18 years ago. Fucking hell, feels like yesterday. There was a massive storm, like torrential rain for like 20 minutes, and the neighbour was out there washing his two Volvos, and he was like an old dude with big saggy man titties, big saggy sort of deflated gut. And he's out there washing it. It was like the dystopian version of a sexy car wash. At least he wasn't wearing a G-string. Although, I can't remember. So, down in the bottom here, down in the bottom, we've got one wire that needs to be installed. This is difficult to show. This thing keeps wanting to fall in. Let's go around the other way. Let's tape this up or something. Oh no, that's better. Now you can't see it. Fuck, video's hard. How many missed calls have I got? None. You know what? I think my the mobile tower here is still fucked. It's been like 3 months, 2 months. So I don't think I'm getting phone calls, which, to be honest, I'm kind of enjoying. No, retread, there weren't even moves. It was like a 75% empty bag of grapes. That's what it was like. This is why you come to my channel, for the vivid descriptions. Alright, we'll get some bus wire. We won't, I will. Put a little loop on one end. Like so. Come on, camera kung fu. So put a little loop on it like that. See that? Put that over the terminal. All the other techs are going, yep, that's what you do. Trim off the excess. Slip and swear. No way. Alright, so now we've got our little... I don't know if you can see that down there. I'll just open up Iris. We've got Iris, we've got Jenny, and we've got, what was the other one? Can't remember. Ah, Dr. Gear. How nice of you to show up. We're working on a JCM 2000 with an issue number 20 board that had an open plate resistor. I'm just doing the fix to the 16 ohm socket. And we've got an overheated Xenodiode. Ha! Fancy that! Not like a Xenodiode regulation circuit to overheat, is it? What voltage are they? BZY something something. In the bin? No, not in the bin. It's an issue 20 board. It's fine. I'm looking at the wrong schematic. Issue 63002. What number board is this one? JCM 6200. JCM 6202. I don't know. That'll do. Bing, bing, bing. Alright, so that is a 15 volt regulator BZY97C. So what's a BZY97C? I don't remember off the top of my head what the specs are. Looks like maybe a 3 watt Xenon. There's all the usual spam sites that say, data sheet here. No, just joking. Here's a virus for your computer. Oh God, why is it so hard to find a data sheet? .5 watt. Well, let's put a 5 watt in there. It's got a 270 ohm resistor. There's the load. Should order some of them. I'll put them on the order list. I don't want that one, but I want some 3 watters. Oh, that's a permanent marker. Dr. Gear. It's a JCM 2000 in the bin. Actually, they're not the worst things in the world. Fuck, man, you're being bipolar again. These were their flagship model there for a while, mate. Best amps in the world. Sure. Let's just cut the leads to them, mate. They're right. Just drop the guts out of this one. Tweezers. Ah, you fucker. You went down the other side of the board, didn't you? You asshole. Gotta flip the amp over again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Oh, you almost went up my tip. Bit of preemptive cleaning of the tip because I haven't cleaned it all morning. Sounds good. Using our ears once again. Let's go up on its end so I don't have to keep flipping the bloody thing. Is that stable? Not really. Alright. Just get rid of those old leads. Just finished a 240 volt conversion to a 5150 yesterday. The Japanese amps don't have any safety grounds, so I had to add all that stuff to add turrets to make the board connection to the transformer leads. Yeah, good move. I've had to do that to a few that were already cooked in the heater connections, which is a weak point in those things. Alright, I'm going to go turn that stereo down because I'm going to get a copyright strike. It's playing shit anyway. There we go, we're on Radio Caprice Stoner Rock radio. Won't get any copyright strikes on that because Stoner Rock guys don't know what copyright is. Alright, let's try and get some video happening again because this is shit. See the shit I do for you guys? Bloody hell. Alright, so we've got our little lead choocher crimper thing again. Former. I shouldn't say crimper because it doesn't crimp shit. It forms the leads. Those two caps there are 16 volt rated. It's a 15 volt supply. And then 5352s. That's, I'll get the 15 and the 16 volt ones mixed up. That's the diodes I'm talking about. Yeah, it's a 15 volter. So I want to put like 25 volts in there. Plus they've been heat affected because they've been right next to the what am I trying to say, the overhead diodes. So I'll put in some 105 degree rated ones and 25 volts for a bit of extra margin and space the diodes up off the PCB. So there's our components. I'll put a cross there and I keep forgetting that I've got a cross showing the center of the camera. Remove the old caps, just check the polarity markings on the board or what's actually in there. Yes, they are. The ones on the output are 35 volts, so I don't know what their logic behind choosing 16 volts for 15 volt rail was. Pop our diodes in there. I'm just going to bend them away from the caps a little bit, try and just get some modicum of clearance between them. I said modicum, that's a 6 word. Modicum. Alright, now I can see a trace has been, trace, so we've got Jenny, we've got trace, we've got something else. A trace is lifted when I pass the lead through because it's heat affected, so we'll get a bit of copper exposed with the Stanley blade there, not Stanley, the Sharpie, no, X-Acto. Trying to speak in American terms. Modicum, like modulation, you can't. So this trace is let go because of the heat, making the glue that keeps the foil stuck to the fiberglass degrade and do nothing. This is where it gets tricky. You've got to access both sides of the board at once. You've got loose boards floating around and you've got shit floating around everywhere. It's an absolute pain in the ass. You try and work quick so you keep the price down. Something always bites you in the ass. So you've got to slow down and just deal with the fact that you're not going to be a millionaire. Fiberglass brush, yes. I've got to hold off an order and order one from Element 14.6. There's also a brass one which was really handy. I didn't think it would be much use, but I found myself going for it all the time when I was at Dad's place because he's got 2 of them. Just got to watch those fibres because they fucking stick in your skin and they're itchy as shit. You probably don't want to breathe that shit in either. If it makes your skin super irritated and itchy, imagine what it does to the inside of your lungs. Okay, the streaming's pissing me off. It's the music in the background is cutting in and out. Problem solved. Get it from Wes. Wes sell them today. What's the part number? Send me a link if you can. Like via Messenger, not YouTube, because I'm not reading the comments. How's the move going? 6? You got everything packed up? Clean off the Fluxy McFluck face. The rest of those sockets are looking a bit cracked. It's always something, eh? Getting really hungry now. Starting to get that thing where you don't eat and then you start to get nauseous because you're too hungry. So you sort of don't want to eat, but you got to, otherwise you'll get more nauseous. Maybe I'm diabetic, I don't know. I've always had that though, so I think I would have known by now. Can you guys hear the music clearly? Should I turn it down because I'll get copyright shit? Or what? Got next to nothing in the shop to move, or what are you going to fill a new shop with? It's going to be an empty music shop, which is what I was afraid of when I moved here. It goes back to the old thing, you got to advertise to have a retail shop so you get lots of people in the door, but what's the point of having lots of people in the door if you don't have lots of stock? And there's a period there, for me it's been several years, where you don't really want to advertise because you don't have an impressive enough array of stuff to sell to get people in the door and then be impressed by it and interested to come back. They just walk in and go, and then you never see them again. Legend Thing 6. Ah, Mr. Bungle's on. Mr. Bungle. That's enough to scare off customers. Right, I think it's time for a cup of tea. My guts are rumbling and I'm starting to feel nauseous. Been here since 6 AM. You always went to smaller mum and pop shops for everything, records, gear. You folks are gems. Yeah, it won't be around for long though because it's Planet Amazon. People say they want personalised service, but they don't really because they don't use it. And or they, even worse, they come in and go, "Oh, it's fucking $13 on Amazon. Can you match that?" I'm like, "Well, the cost price is 28, so no, get fucked." I don't know how some of these guys are doing, selling stuff at 50% below cost. Either they're not getting the same price as us and the reps are lying, or they ordered pallet loads of the shit years ago when it was cheaper. A lot of customers are just putting their head in the sand and pretending they don't know the global financial situation at the moment. So they'll be like, "Oh, why is that more expensive? I bought it for, it was like $10 cheaper last time," like a set of strings or something. It's like, yeah, but when was last time? "Oh, you remember last time I came in?" And it was like fucking 6 years ago. It's like, what? You heard of him? Do you know what inflation is? What do you do for a living? Like, have you looked at petrol? At rent? Have you looked at everything? Like everything? Food? Fucking air? Everything's tripled, quadrupled in price. So guess what happens? So do my prices. Yeah, I've never used Amazon ever for anything. I'm never going to. They're a bunch of fucking pricks. Cup of tea time. And yes, cup of tea, a nooner. What's a nooner again? Is that a joint or is that an alcohol thing? No, it's a cup of tea. It's English breakfast tea. Time for a mini cheese and Vegemite scroll. Shell made them the other day. Probably be better warmed up though. Getting some on my lunch break. Who with? Scratch brushes, yeah, they're the one. Yeah, the German made Euro Tools ones, they're the ones that Dad has. I remember made in Germany written on the side. Megadeth. Alright, let's get this board back in. Nah, Michelle's bludging at home. Wonder if she's watching. Right, where were we? Yeah, we're inside that Marshall, Dustin. We're right up inside it. Right up in there. So we've repaired it. You missed a repair, mate. Well, I don't know that we've repaired it. We've got to put it back together to determine if that's the case. Because these things aren't really practical to operate while they're apart. So, let's put the screws for the output valves in first, because then that will sort of hold the board. And yes, I said valves. Hey, Dr. Gear, you got to stop calling them tubes, man. You're letting the country down. It's un-Australian to call them tubes. That's Seppo talk. I need a posi drive. Posi drive. Not a neggy drive. Ah, that's better. Use the right screwdriver for the screw. Oh, shit. Good if it was magnetised. We've got any storm clouds yet? Let me have a look at the radar. Radar. No. It's just some white schmoo, which is probably fog. I'll keep you up to date on the storm situation throughout the day as we stream. Probably do an all day stream today. What are we at now? 4 hours 31 minutes. Only the limeys get pissed about it, so I'm going to keep calling them tubes. But you don't call them tubes either, you call them tubes. You actually say it like that. Every time you say it, I'm like, huh? Valves, mate. Electron valve. We know it's a tube, we know it's tube shaped. What we want to know is its function, and essentially it's a valve. Anyway, semantics. I'm just taking the piss. As usual. Tubes. So tubes here, T-O-O-B-Z, is a snack. I think they're the off-brand of Cheezels. They're like the competitor of Cheezels. He's got a hybridized accident. My old man is black. Alright, so we've got them in. That'll hold the board in its position while we get to the other screws. Let's put the ones in that they make my mouth hurt. The tubes, or Cheezels. Yeah, they're a bit awkward to eat because they're round and you put them in and then they break and it's like... Never quite ready for it, are we? Only Dr. Positive you are, Dr. Positive. Only you would be like, I hate Cheezels. They make my mouth hurt. Dr. Positive you are. Alright, let's get the number 1 Phillips into the little mini screws that go into the plastic standoffs because Marshall quality. both. You can't have a few and your mouth ends up... Yeah, you can't have more than one and your mouth ends up desiccated from the salt. Yeah. They've just got that weird fluorescent yellow seasoning that's on them and the Doritos. I don't know what the fuck that shit is. It could be used as like a tracing fluid for plumbing problems. Just mix it with some water. And come out all the concrete cracks where the fucking plumbing problem is. Now these boards, Marshall being Marshall, they could have used the correct height standoffs, but there's a height discrepancy between the power boards. So literally to install them properly, you've got to flex the board by about 3mm, which in my book is fucking bullshit, but in Marshall book it's A-okay. So the standoff should have been either 3mm taller, or well, no, yeah, the standoff should have been 3mm taller essentially, and they're not. I'm as cheerful as a kick in the nuts. And yet, out of all of us, when I'm the most positive about gear. Yeah, true. Yeah, we're negative. We hate everything because we're biased techs, and I've forgotten to put that fucking bias board back in, haven't I? Out comes the board again. It's not going to make it down there. Board comes out again because I'm talking shit while I'm fucking working, so that's got to stop, I think. This is why I end up spending twice as long as I charge, because I don't charge customers for my fuck ups. Imagine if I did, I'd be rich. Flip the cable orientation to fix the stupid bias thing. No, I didn't. I forget what that's all about. Flip the cable orientation? What? Reverse the thing? I'd have to confirm what the fuck you're talking about before I go doing that. And the bias thing's not stupid. It's just you just got to adjust two of them at once, like intuitively, while you're watching both sides at once. I haven't found it that particularly difficult to adjust myself. Just once you're aware of what happens when you move the things, you're sweet. All right, so that's got to live there. That's got to live there. Let's fit that first. I'm not a big fan of this whole bias arrangement in the first place, but it works. Changes it to trim pots orientations so they don't interact like a jazz bass style wiring. Oh, okay, so it changes it from the wiper to the overall. I know what I'm trying to say. So, which pin's one? You can't tell. There's no silk screen. There's a silk screen, but it doesn't tell you the polarity. It doesn't show you which pin's one. At the moment, it's hard to tell which one goes where, so I'd have to trace it and look at the fucking thing. Righto, let's have a look. So you literally just like flip the cable, so connect the pin 1 goes to pin 8. No, 7. Why the fuck did they design it like that? So pin 1, pin 7, pin 4. Pin 4 goes to ground. We're not connected to ground anywhere yet. Oh yes we are. Alright, so pin 4 is currently goes to the center. It's going to go to the centre no matter what. Okay, so what are we changing on the BIOS board then? I've got to download the schematic that has the BIOS board on it. Fucking how much time do you think I've got? 6? Jesus. What's the fucking number of the board with the BIOS thing on it? I don't know. 63. Well, let's go for that, whatever. Nope, not on that one. Alright, so there's the board. Let's have a look. Shitty photocopy. Connected to, always goes to pin 4. So that effectively... yeah, I can see how that would work. So that's at max and min. So pin 7's the resistor to ground, and pin 1 is the bias supply. Pulling from capacitively coupled supply. Alright, so you're changing the supply, you're reversing the supply and the ground. I fail to see how that's going to change it because you're just reversing the pot. That's all you're really doing. It's the same circuit, just the pot operates in the different direction. It's otherwise symmetrical, so I don't see how that's going to make a difference. All it does is reverse them, those 6. It just reverses the operation of the pot. It doesn't change. The wiper is still the feed to the valves, no matter what you do. You're assuming, are you talking about changing the actual pin, like 1 and 2 and 7 and 6? Because just swapping the cable orientation, like flipping one of the connectors around, isn't going to do it. Pins on the wiper, and but yeah. So you've got the divider, and that's I don't know, the wiring they're showing here shouldn't be interactive, unless it's a later revision. Pin 6 and pin 2 are the feeds, and they're on the wiper. Meh, I don't care anyway. I'm leaving it how it is. Too hard. It makes no difference to the customer, it's just the tech. And I honestly don't find it that hard to adjust regardless of the setup. I'd have to hardwire one of them and remove the socket, and I couldn't be asked, or pull the pins out of the connector, and still I can't see that it would really do what you're saying, because in what it's showing on the schematic it should work okay, and what is actually here I don't know if it's accurate to the schematic. I don't have time to trace it, so meh. But yeah, good sentiment. If you can improve an amp, that's good. Alright, who wants to vote that it's fixed? Let's put a poll up. Can we put a poll up? How do you put a poll up? Let's do start a poll. Has Brad fixed the JCM 2000? Yes, no. There you go. There's a poll up. Vote while I put this thing back together. Have I fixed it? Have I made it worse? Have I fixed it or not? No, 100%. Yes, 50%. Alright, everyone that voted no will get kicked off the stream. Then everyone starts voting yes. Oh no, it's still dropping, it's dropping. 7 votes so far, keep voting. There's 26 viewers, there's only 7 votes, you know what to do, champions. Have I made it worse? Have I fixed it? Have I not fixed it? Is it the same? Fixed it? No. Made it worse? No. So you reckon it's exactly the same retread, even though I found an open plate resistor? You reckon that hasn't improved at all? Something always bite me in the arse, yeah. Pretty much. That's why it's not a good industry to get into if you like making a quick dollar, or forgetting about your job at the end of the day. Is it Friday yet? YBA voted yes. Thanks, mate. You've got faith. Although, you know, faith is sometimes a silly thing to have when you could use information and deduction instead. It's the same. Yeah, sorry, Jerry. I had customers and reps. So time got away from me, and I had to make a cup of tea. Sorry about that. Better than when you started, but problems will remain. Yeah, it is a Marshall. Good point. It's got Jeff Buckley on in the background. Of course, what? Of course, fucking fix you can't. Good on you, Pete. You must be Aussie. He sounds drunk. It's not even midday yet. In any part of Australia. Hang on, have we got the same? Have we got the same time as Queensland? I always forget which way it goes. Right, let's have faith, and we'll faith. There's that word again, and put in the EL34s. Give it a quick test before I bias the thing properly. It's not a mess of what could possibly go wrong. That's right. The only thing I'm thinking is I wonder if that valve was shorted, and maybe that's what hastened the demise of that plate resistor. Have I put a cap in backwards just so it's a genuine Marshall? They're an hour behind us. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was in front or behind. Sevo, mate. What, 7 Hills? Sevo. Limiter time. Limiter. Dad has a habit of doing an amp and just firing it straight up in 4 mains. And I mentioned a few times that I'll use the Variac. So now he calls me Variac boy. And you wonder where I got my piss taking from. Yeah, whatever, Variac boy. No guts, no glory, eh? I know that W11, sorry, W12 and W13 are the low voltage bipolar supply. So I'll plug them in. I know the pink was W6, and the purple was W7. And that lead goes the only place it can. Connect the 14. Everything's plugged back in again, everything's happy. Just double check in reference to our photo with the lead colours. Yep, purple, pink, yep. We're all happy, yep. Are we dropping frames again? I think I've got to change video quality. Alright, so I'll end the poll right before I fire it up. Just drop that down to 5 kilobits per second. 5,000 kilobits per second, sorry. Alright, end poll. And it should show the results. No? Why isn't it showing the results? End poll. You got to do it in YouTube. 66 to 33%, 15 votes. Alright, so you got faith in me after all. Let's have a listen. Let's give it 4 mains. I'm feeling saucy. O'clock, volume down. 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Don't know what that is because it's lost its cap. Give it the speaker. 16 ohms. power on. Oh, helps if you plug in the mains a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, so when I said Dad calls me Variac boy, and I said, why you don't just a little insurance, just double check stuff like after major works, not just after, I don't know, changing a valve or something. But he's like, that's what the fuses are for. I said, yeah, but I don't want to buy a fuse every 5 minutes. Anyway, right, on. Zoom out so you can see the explosions, so you can see the full explosions. Here we go, we're centered again. Alright, grab the guitar. Got hum. Full signal, bros. There you go. Now, you're right. There are underlying issues. Sorry, I muted myself too early. So have a listen, I've got you on the speaker. So clean volume is not scratchy, what's the word for it? It's like running your hand across paper. And that indicates DC on the pot. So let's check that. I'm going to put it through the dummy load so you don't hear all the pops and cracks and farts and clicks and shit when I'm probing, because it's a bit off-putting. Alright, let's see what we've got. We've got it set midway. You can't access any of the fucking terminals because it's those ones that mount right down against the board. So we've got to reference the schematic just to know what component we can probe to access any of the parts of the volume pot. So because the volume pot's on a remote board, you've got to look at the connector type. Let's just desk share this one, yeah. Alright, we'll look at the schematic. What? Go to that one, you dickhead. What? Why can't I click? Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, that one's shit. Let's go to this one. Okay, so you got your connector. Everything's a connector on these schematics. So you got to look at the actual connector. So connector 1 goes to the input socket. Then it goes. This is we're looking at the main board here. Connector 5, connector 4, connector 3 go to 5, 3, 4 on 61 JCM 261-00. So that is, oh god, 61-00. No. (61-00), there it is. So we're looking at VR2. So VR3 is there. VR10 is there. So this must, is this the clean channel? VR2 A1M. So that's coming from the tone stack. So you'd think we'd have high tension on R35. I'm going to go back to connector 11 to confirm that. My god, man. That's the classic gain channel A. VR2. which one does that go to? So connector 11 goes to connector 6 on this one. So connector 6 is there. So that can't have high tension on it. If you've got a leaky C16, alright, it sounds like there's DC on the pot, so let's look at the nearest components to that pot, which is R38. If it's DC on R38, we'll confirm our greatest fears. So where the fuck's R38? Really? I think the labels are wrong here because it's showing stuff over the other end of the amp. Oh no, that's the tone stack. Yeah, no, that's right. R38. Got 64 volts on R38. 156 on the other. What? That's not good. Alright, so does that mean C20's fucked? Connector 11, C20, but that's already should be isolated by the other one. C20. Silver mica. 240 on one side, 230 on the other. Fucking silver micas again. 230, 229. Alright, so I think we've got two fucking silver micas, believe it or not. C20 and C19. C19 will have voltage on it regardless, but that's the SM brand that leak. C20 should not. It should only have high tension on connector 11, really. Connector 11. I don't think that should have high tension on it either. That goes to connector. Alright, so connector 11 actually on my unit goes to connector 9. So is that correct or have they fucked up? Connector 9. So it says it should go to connector 6, but connector 6 is way up the other end. So it goes to connector 11, goes to, according to this, goes to connector 6. And connector 6 is here. It's got one connected to ground, the other one connected to the grid of V2. Now, it's connected to the previous stage via these resistors, an attenuator, LDR, which should take it to ground. So this might have been damaged as well. So is it C16 leaking? Where's C16? So let's remove connector 11. See what happens to that high tension. Bad tube, could be. Seems odd that it's coming the other way, but if we remove connector 11 and then we turn it on, then we know it's a bad valve. If we've got no high tension there, then we know it's a bad coupling cap from the previous stage, maybe 2. Find it hard to believe there'd be 2, but yeah. Now we've got nothing on that connector. So it's coming back from connector 11. So I think we've got to pull that main board out again. Because it's at C28. C16. Well, is it C16? V1. Okay, this is not making a hell of a lot of sense. Connector 9. Connector 9. I think the issue 20 boards have got different connector numbers. Let's look at a previous one. connector 11, connector 9, connector 11, connector 10. Previous version's the same as this, connector 13, 12. So where's connector 9 go? Goes to connect 11 on to 6200, 61, fucking hell, JCM2 6100. So that's this one, JCM2 6100, connector 11. So that there is a link. Something weird's going on here. Let's just pull up V3. Okay, so I'll pull V3 and now there's no leakage. I've got 220 volts again. What? Okay, none of this is making sense. The C19, C20 are part of the tone stack, yeah? So there's C19, there's C20. So on the one end, they're isolated by these two caps. This end could find its way to the next stages, which is your 2 volume controls. VR2 is one that had voltage across it, right, causing our issues. So the only place that that kind of voltage can come from if we've removed connector 11 and it stops, it's coming from connector 11, right? So connector 11 goes to connector 6. So connector 6 is here. So it goes to the grid of V2. So if we've got a problem with V2, let's pull V2, see if the grid's shorted. Okay, V2 is gone and still high voltage there. So I'll put V2 back in. So it's not coming from that side, it's coming from this side. Now, the only other thing can be C16, but what are the chances that C16 and the silver mica are shorted? So C16 is a ceramic cap on the V1A anode. Now on one side of C16 you got 223 volts and on the other side you got 0 volts. Okay, so you got 0 volts there, you got 200 and something volts there. Now on connector 6, Okay, so it doesn't go to connector 6, it goes to connector 9. So something's wrong in the schematic, because it's saying connector 11 goes to connector 6. It doesn't, it goes to connector 9. So is that accurate? The schematics aren't making sense, essentially, to what I've got. So we're going to have to trace this one out, because I don't have a schematic for issue 20 board. So we're going to have to get the other probes out and see where the fuck that connector goes in reality, not on the schematic, because the schematic's not corresponding to our amp. Yay. So connector 11, that should be ground, yes. That should be signal. Yes. So that goes. Alright, so that goes to the link. So I'll look at my other board. Okay, so the link in this is a capacitor. So why is there no capacitor? So what's C27? Oh, this schematic's just useless, so there's no point reading it really. So V3. C27 link. Right. So why is there high voltage there? Okay, so the cathode of V3 is sitting at 232 volts. Right. What's up with that, yo? Oh, that's a cathode follower. Yeah. That's fucking high though. So why is that a link? Maybe R48's open. Huh. Let's check that. Yeah, the schematics are fucked. Audio stopped. What? Really? Bath cathode resistor. Yeah. Buff. Hang on, I'm still in fucking desk share, right? So what resistor was it again? R48. So the cathode of the cathode follower. V3. Oh fuck's sake, computer. R48. It looks like a fusible resistor. Yeah. And it's open. It's our there's your problem. So, what do we know? That's probably caused collateral damage. R48 is gone open circuit. So let's turn this thing off. Let's put 100k in there, piggybacked. And we'll check for any underlying damage. Because 240 odd volts where it shouldn't have been. It's probably not the best thing for the amp. But this is like, there's never one problem, eh? It's always multiple layers to the problem, and it was passing signal. A lot of techs would have gone, "Oh, job done." But there's lots and lots of other problems. Alright, now that resistor was offering a bit of noise, so I'm going to completely snip it out, because it could still sit there fluctuating in value, giving noisy problems after we've piggybacked another resistor across it. Seth B's been watching AVE. That's something he always says. Alrighty then, new board with failed components. Yeah, Marshall. Let's give that a good old fashioned hunky-dory. How you going? A bit worried those caps are fucked now, but 500 volters, but it doesn't mean shit with those generic silver micas. They fail when you give them 20 volts. Well, not quite, but you know what I mean. They fail when you look at them. Alrighty then. Got 240 volts still. What's up with that? 0 volts there. 240 volts there. So the last resistor was open circuit. That was not a lie. What's the heater voltage floating at? Heater voltage is sitting at 0 volts still, that's good. So for the DC ones up the front end. Sorry, this is a bit where I just frown at drawings for a half hour. Alright, so connector 11 actually, so we're looking at VR2, right? So that's the leakage path from pin 1 through C20 through that switch. So watch switch F4B. That's tone shift. So let's turn that off, and then it should be isolated by this second cap. We'll see if then voltage is making it to it. So let's do that. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you the schematic. And that is C19. Currently got voltage on both sides. Turn off the tone shift, and it's only got voltage on one side. So we've got a leaky C20. That's what it is for. Alright, hang on, I'll come back. Here we go. Right, so what I did just then, it's confusing, I know, because the schematics are fucked. C20, right? We're getting voltage on all of this, on the tone stack, the whole lot. It's leaking down to the volume control VR2. When we're turning VR2, it's got a potential difference between ground and that terminal there. And when we're moving it, we're hearing the scratchiness of that potential changing with the variations in the grain of the conductive material, essentially. So we were getting 200 and something volts on both sides of C19. That's because they're both connected to this common line, which is receiving high voltage through that cap that's failed. Now I've got customers. That was a salesman trying to sell spill kits. I said I'm not that bad yet. Come and see me in another 20 years. We'll see how I'm going. It's an industrial area, so you get that. So C19 is fine, I reckon. C20 is our problem child, and of course that's the one that's mounted right down on the board. So I'm going to have to remove all the pots and remove that front board. So let's do it. Now I'm in too deep to send a quote. So I don't know. I should probably stop now and send a quote. It doesn't make for very good live drawing, live videoing. Yeah, I better send a quote. That's the thing. When you got problems like this, you got to fix it before you can price it. And by the time you priced it, you already fixed it, and then you feel pressured to charge less than you actually did. How do you know? You don't know. But yeah, C20 is shit. And chances are all preamp valves are okay. That's my tatty, it can go away. Do you charge customers for our time too? Include us in the quote. How much do you want an hour? What's the going rate for YouTube viewers? Alright, where's the job sheet? No, I won't get the job sheet, I'll just write a note. Otherwise I'll have to cover the names and that to stop doxing them. I've forgotten what the original fault was. So it was an open R1. And R1 is V3 plate load. Open R48. So I reckon V3 might be fucked as well. Open R4. Sorry, V3 cathode resistor. I'll just factor in one valve. It sounds like the output stage is healthy. Shorted C20. Silver micas, man. Go high quality V-shaped ceramic instead. Fuck silver mica. Replaced ZD1 and 2. Longer leads. Replaced C20 and C21. Heat affected. Plus general service. Fuck that off. Get rid of this thing. Move on to the next one. Firstborn or left testicle. My rate is 117 now. That's about the same as mine, except mine's in Australian dollars, which is probably about 20 bucks over there. Let's do the slash thing, eh? So that's why I charge a bench fee, because I got up to that point, and if they don't go ahead, well, I get no money at all. So the bench fee is 125 including GST, and it covers the time to diagnose it, and since usually that's the majority of the time, that is credited to the invoice when the invoice is sent. Little baggie for the parts. Must be getting a bit late in the States. What time is it over there? I sort of always miss the UK, like they're in the shit position that it's always a bad time. Trying to stream to the UK is like trying to ring your ex. It's always a bad time. You don't want to do that. No. You charge even more than I do. I'm ripping myself off. Well, you charge for a bench fee. How long is, like, you got to sort of find the average. That's how I did it. Some took 20 minutes, some took an hour and a half, some took 2 hours. I averaged them all out and I worked out at about an hour average. So bench fee for amps and mixers and, you know, speakers and like active speakers and stuff is 125. Keyboards, that kind of thing. And then the next one down is like pedals and stuff, and that's like 50, because I want to have a barrier to entry of at least 50 bucks for a pedal. Probably should be 100 bucks for a pedal, to be honest, get rid of the shit ones. And then guitars is like, no, it was 75 for pedals, 75. 110 an hour's labour. Yeah, I charge that, plus I put a bit on top for doing the paperwork, because I actually type up the quotes. I don't just say amp repair, you know, $500. I actually detail everything. (1:25 AM in the UK. Yeah, see what I'm saying? It's always a shit time in the UK. Like, when am I going to stream? First thing in the morning? Like 6? And it's already too late there? Or do I stream at night and catch us first thing in the morning? Oh, for fuck's sake! The UK is just a shit time overall. 8:30 PM in New York. Night is young. You said it wrong. It's supposed to be New York. Hey, I'm walking here. So we didn't need the scope after all. Alright, Slashy McSlashface. I'll do some proper videos on these later on once I get quote approval, and I'll pretend like I was diagnosing it. Like I'm super smart and I figured it out in 5 seconds. New York! Oh, Denmark! Fuck yeah! We've got a fish eater. Oh wait. No, that's not Denmark. Sorry. Fish eaters like Sweden and stuff. I'm walking here. That's the one. Hey, forget about it. Hey, forget about it. No, I can't. I've got to practice that one. Lots of fish here in Denmark. Mandalera. I've got a Mandalera here from 1890. Kind of don't want to touch it. Alright, slash SL5, no signal, was crackling, loud hum. Sick. SL5, an amp that's way too big for what it is, to be honest. Closed back. It's always fun having a closed back with a combo. It's never really a good way to do it. Just inspecting the fuses. Using my inspector gadget called a multimeter. Ah, friends of Rom. Lead poison Jean. She's my little lead poison Jean. Jeez, they're wrong, fuckers. You guys should look up Friends of Rom. It's funny. Read lyrics. Mains fuse good. HT fuse inaccessible. Let's just turn it on. Turn her on. Standby. Channel switching, reverb switching, lights okay. Hum from the transformers. We're too close to each other. Yep. Right next to each other, and their cores are aligned because Marshall are a bunch of fucking idiots. So there's background humming as soon as you turn it on. Alright, we'll turn it on. No change to wattage. Oh, like 2 watts different. So that's the solid state circuitry only. Preamp circuitry. God, I'll start again. So there's 14 watts draw in standby. Goes up to 30, then goes down to 16 watts in play. So that means HC fuse is blown. So let's find out why. Probably a valve. Because there's been no current draw. If there is any capacitance before the fuse, then it'll be charged. But there probably isn't. So let's take off the rear panel. I don't think you got to remove the back of the cabinet. You just got to remove the top bits. It's a really big cabinet for 5 watt amp. But I guess after that bottom end, because it's all about that bass, no treble. What? Used to be a Danish restaurant near where my shop is moving to. The guy who owned it was a complete grump but made awesome food. Probably because there's people that still complain, no matter how awesome it is. Oh, come on. Lead goes through a hole and you can't take it out. Like, you gotta pull the speaker leads off, undo all of this just to get the speaker lead out of the fucking hole in the perf mesh, because they feed it through before they solder it. Good on yous. Hoang Yang transformers. Can I not get this chassis out because of that cord? Do I have to take the back off and disconnect the fucking speaker to get the chassis out? Really? Are you serious? Look at that. Why would you align the two transformers when you've got plenty of room to turn that one 90 degrees? Because now it's got hum. Because they're right next to each other and the cores are in alignment. Not the cores, the laminations. The windings are 90 degrees, but you should have the cores 90 degrees as well. Anyway, I digress. Bigger screwdriver. Intertech ETL listed. It's nice. You can afford to do that when you're a big company like Marshall. Right, I'm hoping the chassis can sort of angle forwards and sort of shrink down a bit to avoid the speaker cable. Yes, good stuff. Fucking hell, there's not a lot to it. Alright, it's like a big empty box. I'll just get rid of the cabinet. Jesus, look at the shape of the thing. So there's a few things it could be. It could be the high tension fuse. If it's not the high tension fuse, it could be a screen dropper or whatever mechanism they've got for dropping the screens. Could be an open cathode resistor, possibly. Yeah, core. Yeah, I guess I was right there. What I meant is the coil. The coils weren't aligned. They were 90 degrees to each other, but laminations, the core was aligned. Ideally, you have them both not aligned. What am I doing? Yeah, checking your fuse. Okay, the HT fuse. It appears to be the HT fuse. Yep, that is intact. This is without looking at the schematic yet, however. Ohm, that must be the heater balance resistors, 200 Ks and 50 ohms to ground. Oh, there we go, it's ergonomic. Okay, guess that's one of the droppers and a 150 ohms, probably. I think this is cathode biased, yeah. Alright, so all the fuses look intact, but something's not conducting. Alright, so this is a bit where we've got to find a schematic. Oh Jesus, it's giving me a heart attack when it moves. Nap time. Alright, let's see if we can find a schematic for this one. What's it called? SL5. Honestly, I saw some of the guitars and Epiphone amps that Slash put his name to. That fucker will put his name to anything. The Slash Epiphone amps were some of the shittest amps I've ever seen, honestly. Let's see what we've got here. So is our switch playing up? Nope. Alright, let's put the valve back in and give it some juice and figure out where the voltage is stopping and why. I'm going to put a block under this before it gives me a heart attack. Times 8 ohm, 1 times 16 ohm. I'll take out the 8 ohm. Oh, just hit my funny bone. What's the power switch do? 1 and 5 watt. Must be power scaling. Desk chair. Nope. It's gone triad pentode mode. Alright, no biggie. That's it there. What? Drawing 27 watts now. We drawing 14 or something before? Now it's gone up to 64, 58 watts. Okay. So what happened there? Did we disturb something? Now let's give an output. Pretty good output too. It's going up to 3 volts. That's in 1 watt mode. Just get some more signal. It's going up to about 7 volts before it starts to curve off. That's in 8 ohms. It's about 6 watts. So what did we disturb when we took it apart? Because whatever we did, it's working now. Could have been the switch, don't know. Let's have a listen. Ohm. It's actually got a 16 ohm output, that's nice. of the better sounding digital reverbs, but that's because it uses a Texas Instruments chip, not one of those spin FE1 pieces of shit. It never gets the drip though, the reverb, you know, splat. I've never heard a digital reverb that's gotten the spring reverb splat happening before, but that's not necessarily what they were going for on this thing. But yeah, just side note. Here's some popping then. Dig deeper and see what the hell is going on here. Smack it with the hammer till it stops working and then fix it. Yeah. Dunno, lads. Have to give it some signal Jenny and poke around a bit, see if we can get anything to play up. Because there appears to be nothing functionally wrong with the circuit. Yeah, it is a solid sounding amp. I think I've had one before and I was like, yeah, it's for the price. I mean, it's the same quality board that you get in the Origins, the DSL 20 and 40s. They're all made in the same factory now, I think. Even the expensive JCM800 SC20 or whatever it's called, the Studio 20-watt version of the JCM800. For what they're charging, it's the exact same build quality as the Origin. Well, the Origin 20, yeah. You're really not getting your money's worth when you go the higher end Marshalls anymore. There's a relay down there, but we weren't getting current draw, so it must have been something in the high voltage supply. Fuse holder seems alright. Could have been the valve pins because we removed the valve. Someone's trying to ring me. Hello, Brad speaking.
Brad, this is a long
Someone after a Hughes and Kettner foot controller. Not a Hughes and Kettner dealer, unfortunately. So where were we? Right. Ow. Bernie's. Yep. Can't find anything other than maybe the valve wasn't seated properly and we've removed it and reseated it. All the socket solder joints look good. All the solder joints look good and they're through plated holes. One other thing I'll check is just that the ground connection's good on that board. It could be one of those screws loosened off a bit. Triad pentode switch, but doesn't seem to be intermittent. Alright, I'm putting that down to we've reseated the valve and that's what's fixed it. So I'm going to put that under load in the background for a while and just check that it's happy. Doesn't appear to be any problems other than that, and it seems to have resolved itself. I don't like problems like that. I like definitive problems where shit's gone on fire. Cabinet needs a bit of a clean anyway, so I'll leave that out. Next. What else we got? Try and do them in the order that they came in. Brad, come to lunch, having homemade burgers and beer. What? It's 4 hours away. It'll be dinner time by then. Peavey Delta Blues, lights and no sound. Oof. Oh, I wanted to do a video on this. Can I do a video? G'day, champions! Turn the background music down or it'll give me a copyright strike again. G'day champions, we've got a Delta Blues here. It's coming in with reports of lights but no sound, and just having a quick look in the grill at the back there, you can see 2 of the 4 EL84s have lost vacuum, and the center 2 have absolutely roasted off their logos. The paint there's gone white, the outer 2 are red like they come from the factory, but the outer 2 have lost vacuum. So what's probably happened is the outer 2 have sort of like a seesaw, they've let go, and then the inner 2 have taken the rest of the heat. So I'm going to crack it open. I'm not going to power this one up because we already know it's not going to function, and we'll have a look at the guts and see what's going on. Beer and burger. God, retired life. Who's over? Is someone down there? Is Vicky down there? You guys still living it up in the summer? You better go to the beach. Dad, you got to start going to the beach. Hey, everyone, Dad lives by the beach and he doesn't like sand. feel free to put shit on him. What's today? Tuesday. Brewery's not open for another 2 days yet. Can't go for an Arvo beer. It's probably a good thing because I'll have to do work instead. Alrighty then. Remove the top screws, so I'll lean this thing forward so you can see what I'm doing. Burger and a beer sounds amazing right now, and I've just had dinner. Shit. You don't want 2 dinners. Oh, drop the screw down in the cabinet. So we're at 6 hours in the live stream now. It's got to be my longest ever. Pretty sure that's the longest ever live stream. I think the previous record was about 5 hours. Loosen up these end screws a bit. Don't want to undo them completely or the chassis will fall down. Post dinner is whiskey time, mate. Whiskey time. That's made the cabinet relax a bit. Now the grill can come out a bit easier without ripping up the Tilex. Yes, it is Tilex. So 2 smash valves. Or lost vacuum anyway. I can't see any visual cracks on there. Oh yeah, I can on one of them. Alright, so here's the view with the guard removed on the back, and you can see that white bit on the valve there. That was previously like that, silver. So that's metal that's deposited on the inside, that it absorbs the last of the vacuum, the oxygen basically, but it also, its other job is, as this valve heats up, some of the elements will off gas, and they will react with that coating instead of becoming like solvent in the vacuum inside, or filling with whatever off gassing that they do. So its job is to basically absorb any stuff in the vacuum. Now that was well scripted, wasn't it? Fucking hell. I don't think, I just roll and then try to think on my feet while I'm talking, and it's probably not the best idea. Do you go bourbon or scotch? The only real whiskey, mate, scotch. If you got a Woodford Reserve or something, that'll go alright. I'll just get these out so I don't smash them when I'm getting the cabinet out. Oh, yeah, you heard the crunchy noise there. This one ain't going to come out without a fight. I'll just grab a rag. Gently does it. So again, JJ's with lost vacuum. I think these run on pairs opposite or something stupid. I don't seem to remember this board not being intuitive with what valve goes where. So maybe that was caused by a loss on one side of something. You can see. Wow. Yeah, video time. focus, little Panasonic. So looking at one of the valves, this is one that the vacuum's still intact, but the writing's gone all white. You can see there's metal been deposited on the glass, and you can see the plate in there. It's probably a bit hard to see, but the plate's gone like discoloured, like a white colour there. So that plate's got so hot that it's actually evaporated some of its material onto the glass and it's recondensed. So all these valves are trash. Show you what I'm talking about, champions. Look at that. That's just the side of the anode. And looking down, it's a bit hard to see with the light there, but looking down in there, that whole area of the plate is discoloured as well. So that's red plated so hard that it's actually evaporated metal onto the glass. That's cool. Nothing to see here. Wild Turkey Ardbeg Ugadale. Yeah, Dad. Dad's got a bottle of that. It's great. Ugadale. Pretty clear choice. It's either Wild Turkey or Ardbeg Ugadale. Yeah. The Corrie Vrecken or whatever it is another fantastic Ardbeg. I like just the 10-year-old as well. I tried the wee beastie and it was a little bit elemental. But still good, just pretty full on. Like, wee beastie's only 3 years old. 10 years, nice. I've always got a bottle of 10-year if I can afford it. I'm not fucking Warren Beatty or whoever the insert rich person here. I'm not Elon Musk. Focus, dickhead. Focus. Hey, fuckface, focus. I didn't set you to manual focus, so why aren't you focusing, you cockhead? Don't tell me the focus is just fucked now. Is there not enough light to focus? Is that... no? It still manually focuses. Look at my manky white hand. Anyway, you've got to remove the reverb tank to get the chassis out, which is, you know, logical. Because these things were built as cheap as they could get them. Cheap. And a connector would have been too much money. They put a shitty Molex connector inside that you can't undo. Coming into the stream right when Brad appears to be saying, hey fuckface, focus. No, I always call my camera fuckface. I'll read you a bedtime story. A tale of woe. Innovation amplified. Made in USA. They just used a Peavey box. Like I said, cheap. And they've got some generic branded reverb tank. It's not Belton, Tektronix or anything. It's like TP top. TP top? I don't know. We'll piss that off. We're not concerned with the reverb because we don't worry about whether or not the patient has a low blood sugar index if their heart's not beating. I'm going to move this and get the chassis out. Yeah, bugger it. Have I ever used naphtha to wet sand guitars instead of using water to protect the finish? Yes, I have. It's not to protect the finish. It's a good example is sanding a fretboard. Say you've removed all the frets and you've sprayed it and you want to wet sand it to get it flat. Well, if you use water, it's going to go down in the fret slots and it's going to swell up the fretboard face from the fret slot. So naphtha doesn't do that, so you'd use naphtha instead of water in that situation. Naphtha goes a bit weird on the sandpaper. It doesn't work as good as water. I use water with a couple of drops of washing detergent, like dishwashing detergent, and that works the best. Preserves the sandpaper for the longest time. Because with stupid nitro, you go through like a square of sandpaper for every square of that same area, basically. We've got our speaker connector, we've got a disconnect, the not so quick connects. The rivets stay connected to the Eminence driver, which is good to see because that's rarely the case. Alright, we have gained entry. So I'm guessing we might have a bad heater supply because what was the issue again? Light, no sound. So yeah, it could be the heaters, as well as that problem with the output. I reckon. Ugh, cables go all sticky. I reckon losing the vacuum there would have blown our HT, and yes it has. But what came first, the valve failure or the amp failure? Did that fuse go open because it lost bias supply, the valves drew too much current and then it went open? Or did one of the valves just spontaneously short? Or was it mechanical issues? And if so, why did two of them break at once? I don't know. So many things to be answered. I think I'm going to throw the general restoration price at this one because they've got fundamental issues in their design which can be addressed, but not for free. And the output board's different to my output boards because they're for a classic 30. Let's just try and have a closer look at this board, see how good or bad it is. It's looking okay-ish for a Delta Blues anyway. Let's see if I can look down the other end a little bit. Got that ribbon connector in the way, but just want to see if there's any arc damage, any burnt sections. It's looking not too bad. So I might be able to throw a dart on this one, I think. I reckon we might be able to recover that board. I'll just check the resistance of the output transformer, that kind of thing. Just see if there's any massive showstoppers. Sounding Italian flamed ash cap on a Western red cedar body. Western red cedar. So does that mean you're Australian? I think only we call it that, don't we? What's the radar doing? Any rain yet? Oh, it's trying. Nothing serious yet, but probably won't see anything serious about it. Ideally, if the storms start building up, I'll just share the screen, hang on. if the storms start building up at like 3 or 4, then you might get some pretty spectacular stuff in a late arvo into the night. When the storms start forming around midday, you just get boring afternoon storms. Someone's trying to ring me. Fuck off. Better ring him back. Person I am calling is not available. Alright, so what was I doing? Transformer. I don't think that's ever been undone. I don't think this thing's been worked on before, by the looks of it. So that's always a plus. Doesn't sound like it, but the amount of damage that other techs do to these things is just inexcusable. 98 ohms, it's about what the last one was. 226 overall and 128. It's about what the last one was too. That was a classic 30. Yeah, there's a bit of what am I trying to say? There's a bit of work in taking this thing apart, so I think I'm going to throw a figure at them, and if they don't go ahead, don't know, maybe I'll offer them $200 and fix it in my own time, or $100 or something. Yeah. Anyway, I think I know what I need to know on that one, and I'll copy and adapt the previous quote and just check the pricing on everything, because that was a couple of months ago now, I think. Delta Blues, yes it is. Yes it are. Well, what's next? Ashton pacemaker. Speaking of no heartbeat. Pacemaker? Peacemaker. Man. Good sounding amps, yes they are. So are the classic 30s, in my opinion. I am HO. Alright, I think I'm going to cut it at the 7 hour mark because that's ridiculous. So I've got 6:26 now. I've got another half hour. And then I'm going to have some lunch because it's 1:22, shit. Clean up this glass. better. Looks a bit overexposed. It's more like it. I had a classic 100. Fuck. Best sounding amps that I ever used for rock rhythms. 8 EL84s. What's going on with 8 EL84s? Haven't they heard us bloody EL34s? Yeah, the camera dropped out. I just resetted the driver, the adapter. I'll just write some notes on that. Classic 30, Delta Blues. What was it? 4EL84, sorry. Reflow. 2 classic 50 output stages paralleled. That's so stupid. Design another amp, you dickheads. Designing the output stage is the easiest part. 4EL84s. I'll factor in 112X7 just in case one's noisy or something. Ooh, I didn't check the reverb tank. That always bites me in the ass. I better check that. Ugh, dusty. Just check the resistance, DC resistance and the input and output coil. .72 ohms. 213 ohms. Of course when you check it, it's fine. Oop, maybe not. Maybe not anymore. Oh, the SL5 as well, I'll just write a note on that. What was the notes on this one? I think it was blown fuses. Alright. Just crackling pots and stuff on this one. I had one of these a while back that had a shorted transformer, but it was toroidal, and these are EI core, so it'll be a different revision. Hey, it's filthy inside though. My god, what do people do with their amps? It's so gross. Dedicated external speaker 4x12. What? Whatever. I don't think they were that good at translation. Alright, let's fire it up and have a listen. I'll check the fuses first, yeah. Just check they're the current, proper current rating, I mean. Whoa, that's weird. It left the fuse in there. Must have been because I angled it up, because you can't get to it. Oh, great. Gotcha. 500 milliamp. Let's give it some juice. Everything 12 o'clock. Lights are on. Channel switching's working. Oh, there's a channel 3. How do you get to channel 3? Oh, someone's ringing again. Hello, Brad speaking. Wow, that was random. I had a missed call earlier, so I rang it. Went just disconnected, and he's rung back then, and seemed confused. So he's looking for a Brad in Mount Riverview, where I live. He's in Penrith, but he got the number wrong, but somehow got a Brad that lives in Mount Riverview as well, but the wrong Brad. I'm half expecting a call back going, oh, no, I was after you. Because he's in Penrith. Like, it could have been anywhere in Australia, but I don't know. That's weird. He must have my number from previous interaction sometime in the past. Anyway, that was confusing. I'm not equipped to deal with that shit with only one coffee. So, how do you access channel 3? Because on the front, it's got channel 1, channel 2 and 3. Channel just switches between 1 and 2. So how do you get to channel 3? It's got an LED there. Channel 3 LED. Channel 1, 2, channel 3. Tip ring. So ring goes to channel 3. It's just a boost. Game boost, I guess. Anyway, let's see what's going on. Master volume down. Everything midway. On. Drawing 32 watts, I'll take it out of standby. Drawing 80 watts, settling at 78. All tube class A auto bias. Fuck off with your marketing shit. Yeah, pretty crackly. Might have an effects loop jack that's dirty as well. Oh, it's parallel. Maybe not. I think it's just service for this one. From memory, you've got to remove the knobs on this to even get the chassis out. So I think I'll just add another $100 on top of a service because of how much of a pain in the arse these things are to undo. So the problem is that the front panel overlaps the baffle. And the chassis is up here somewhere, and all those knobs go through the front panel and the chassis, and it doesn't slide out forwards because you got the valves and the everything, and you can't remove the baffle because that's housed in a rebate. So the front panel's got to come off with all these knobs and all their nuts before you can slide the chassis out backwards. I learned that the hard way on the last one. So there's an extra bit of work there, and then the whole thing slides out this way. Yeah, probably just a service for that and a good clean, because the layer of caked dust in there is pretty ridiculous. Oh, and removing the meter is a pain too. I think the panel's got to come with it. Loosened off though, because the meter is glued to the front of the baffle. There's bloody ash down. They put meters on everything. Doesn't do anything. No, it just looks pretty. I wish they'd stop it. But you know, it works. The marketing works. If it stops working, they'll stop doing it. But while it still works, they'll keep doing it. Let's do one more, eh? Since that was pretty quick. Ah, you fucker. Paper cut. Got the event monitor. He's undone this. So apparently this is blowing fuses. I've replaced an amp module in it years ago, like a fair while back. But he cranks it like full for extended periods of time. And do you see a heatsink? I don't see a heatsink. Now from memory, these are class AB monolithic output chip modules. whether or not they're obsolete and unavailable will pretty much determine what we do. Yeah, so that's their idea of a heatsink. It's not a fucking heatsink, is it? You got 4 output devices mounted on that, and it doesn't. Where does the heat go? It doesn't go anywhere. It's thermal design 101, and that is shit. That is not thermal design. So I'd say don't buy event monitors, because they don't know fuck all about thermal design. If that was a Class D amp, that would be marginally maybe acceptable, but this has got 4 Class AB monolithic output modules, 3M LM3886, which I think are obsolete now too. So I probably might not even repair this one because it's just going to blow up again. LM3886, I think that's what I replaced last time. One of them had gone, or 2 of them had gone. In stock, LM3886 in stock on an ad. Let's see if it actually fucking is in stock, or if it's Google yanking my chain as it always does. 0 in stock. Look, that's what fucking shits me about the internet, eh? Google. It's just designed to waste your fucking time. Look at this, right? So what do? I Google LM3886. Oh fuck, now my phone's ringing again. Hello, Brad speaking. Right, champions. This is what shits me. So you look up LM3886. LM3886 in stock, bi-directed DigiKey. So you click that, closes the window, takes you to DigiKey. Well, they're not fucking in stock, are they? Discontinued. It says in stock, 0 in stock. So Google's full of shit. Mouser, is Mouser advertising them? On order, expected 2024. So none of them are in stock. So stop fucking advertising that they're in stock. Fuck, that shit. Me, the internet's just so full of bullshit these days. There's nothing worth taking notice of on the internet anymore. Everything's just wrong and incorrect. Anyway, on that note, I think I'm going to reject this one because the chip's obsolete. I think I've got them in stock, but it's just throwing another one on the fire, putting one in this because it can't manage heat because it's poorly designed. So rejected, and I'm going to go have lunch because I'm getting grumpy. So take it easy, champions, and see you on the next one. This will be out for a month, then it'll be kaput. So, you know, rolling live streams.